Time doesn't only move forward, it spirals. Like a galaxy turning, we circle what matters until we finally see it, not with hurry, but with a quiet recognition that feels like coming home. You know this already in the way an ordinary evening sometimes opens like a window. The kettle hums, the room softens, and you can almost hear something gentle calling your name from the center of the silence. We were taught to count life in straight lines. Birth, work, achievement, loss. Yet the heart keeps remembering a rounder measure. It listens for cycles, returns, seasons that echo each other with new nuance. It suspects that what we call endings are rarely endings, that something in us continues, learns, ripens, and carries forward what love has made real. If consciousness continues, and so many wise traditions insist it does, then the next step after this life is not a courtroom, but a classroom. Not a rewind, not a verdict, but a deepening. Some call it rebirth. Many lives unfolding on this earth. Chances to repair what was unfinished, to learn what was left untended. Others speak of ascent. Worlds of the soul where we wake into a wider light and continue our becoming without returning to the same stage. Different maps, same compass, the growth of truth, goodness, and love. The hunger underneath these maps is the same. We ache for continuity that is fair, for a cosmos that is not indifferent to courage, for a way in which the tears we have shed are not wasted. We want our efforts to mean more than a blip. We want the wrongs to be healed without anyone being erased. We want a universe where justice is not humiliation, but restoration, not condemnation, but understanding, not punishment, but pedagogy. You may have felt this ache in a hospital hallway, where time felt like a held breath and you whispered a promise to live differently if only a life you love could be spared. You may have felt it the night you stood under a streetlight after bad news, when the light flickered and held steady as if the world were answering. You are not alone. You may have felt it the morning a child looked at you with an old kind of wisdom, and something in their gaze seemed to carry more years than their age could hold. Our minds look for facts. Our hearts look for meaning. The facts we will consider: stories of children who speak of places they've never been, of hearts that paused and woke with wide horizons, of dreams that turn out to be more than dreams. But the meaning we seek is quieter. It lives where a parent's apology does more than 1,000 explanations. It lives where a breath held with love softens anger into understanding. It lives where the simplest act, hands washed, a dish dried, a kindness given anonymously, changes the weather inside a life. Some traditions tell of samsara, the turning wheel, and of moksha, the quiet beyond the wheel. Some speak of karma as the grain of reality itself, not a cosmic scorecard, but a pattern of cause and effect teaching us to become trustworthy with our freedom. Others speak of an inner companion who knows us better than we know ourselves, who whispers toward the good and patiently weaves our consent into a future we can't yet imagine. Some describe the mansion worlds, places of learning and healing where souls wake into a more spacious curriculum. The names differ. The fragrance is familiar. Mercy with backbone, growth with gentleness, love with truth. We will not argue anyone into faith. That is not the work of this book. We will, instead, make room for a deeper breath, room for a question that doesn't hurt to ask, room for the humility to admit that reality seems kinder and wiser the closer we listen. We will make room for stories that do not shout, for images that steady the ground under our feet, for practices so small they almost look like nothing, until over weeks and months they reshape who we are. To walk this path, we do not need to be perfect. We need to be willing to notice the voice that speaks beneath the noise, willing to revisit moments we've tried to forget, not to shame ourselves, but to reclaim the power we left behind there. Willing to let go of the pose of certainty long enough to be taught by a mystery that keeps arriving as compassion. There's a kind of remembering that does not depend on memory. It rises like warmth through your hands when you hold someone who is grieving. It appears in the eyes when forgiveness begins, even before any words are spoken. It comes at the sink while washing an apple, or in the car at a red light, when suddenly you feel accompanied by a goodness that is not of your making. Call it grace if you like. Call it the soul remembering itself. We will listen to many voices on the pages ahead. Poets, philosophers, mystics from East and West. Researchers who gathered careful cases when children spoke as if from other lives. Physicians who listened to those who returned from the far edge of breath. Psychologists who learned to read dreams like maps of the interior. We will honor their differences. We will not flatten them into one. The goal is not a single answer, but a trustworthy orientation. Live so that love becomes your most reliable fact. If you fear that you've wasted too much time, take heart. Nothing learned through love is wasted, even when it came wrapped in failure. If you fear that life is random and your efforts disappear into it, take courage. Meaning has a way of leaving traces that outlast events. If you fear that the harm done to you has sealed your future, listen closely. There is a way to make of your pain a workshop for the healing of others, and in so doing, to discover that your future is still supple under your hands. Return is not regression. It is remembering. The circle is not stagnation when it spirals. It is ascent by way of revisiting what we once rushed past. We come around, but at a different height, with a different view, carrying the harvest of what we have learned. A conversation that failed becomes, a year later, the conversation that frees. A boundary we couldn't hold becomes, after practice, the gentle line that keeps love honest. A fear that once ruled us becomes, in time, a messenger asking for our attention, and then, when heard, a friend who no longer needs to shout. Sometimes the most convincing evidence that consciousness continues is not an extraordinary story, but an ordinary transformation. The person who could not forgive learns to wish another well. The person who could not be still learns to sit for 5 minutes and breathe without running away. The person who always needed the last word learns to ask a question and wait for the answer. These look small from a distance. Up close, they are miracles of freedom, proof that the human heart can be taught. You may carry beliefs from your family or your tradition that you do not want to betray. Good. This is not a book about betrayal. It is a book about deep loyalty to the love at the center of the world. You can hold what is dear and still consider a wider sky. You can walk with ancestors and still take a step they did not take. Faithfulness and growth are not enemies. They are partners in a dance that has always been turning us toward more light. A word about justice because the soul cares about it. We were not made for humiliation. We were not made to be kept small. True justice does not gloat, it guides. It does not erase the one who failed. It gives them a way to become the kind of person who would not fail again. The cosmos we will explore in these pages is not a courtroom obsessed with punishments, but a living school devoted to learning. Stern when needed, tender when never possible, always committed to the freedom that love requires. When we speak of karma, we will speak of it as clay, not chain. Clay can be shaped, warmed by honest attention, hydrated by mercy, pressed into new form by the steady hands of practice. When we speak of mercy, we will not mean permissiveness. We will mean the kind of patience that keeps the door open while we learn to come home. When we speak of responsibility, we will mean the sober joy of discovering that we can choose our next word. If you ask whether this is true, I will say what the elders said. Walk the path and see. Try the practices. Sit daily for a few minutes and breathe as if the breath is a gift from someone who loves you. Do one unadvertised kindness a day. Keep a short list of what you are grateful for and a shorter list of what you are willing to release. Listen for the nudge that asks you to apologize and answer it within 24 hours. These small things create the conditions for larger truths to become visible. You may also ask, must we choose between returning to this world and moving on to another? Perhaps not. Perhaps the deeper question is whether our becoming continues under a wisdom that wastes nothing. Perhaps what matters most is not the mechanism, but the fruit. Are we kinder? Are we truer? Are we more courageous in the face of our own shadows? Are we learning to love without possession and to tell the truth without cruelty? Across cultures, across centuries, people have seen more than the eyes see. A child hums a lullaby from a village she has never visited. A man in a coma hears a voice that says, "Not yet," and wakes to say thank you to the nurse who held his hand. A stranger dreams of a door, walks a new route to work the next morning, and finds the exact door from the dream and the person behind it who needed help. We can explain some of this and not all of it. What remains as invitation. Invitation is the key. This book is not a verdict. It is a threshold. It asks you to bring your intelligence and your tenderness, your skepticism and your wonder. It asks you to bring the part of you that wants to argue and the part that secretly hopes to be surprised by goodness. It asks you to stay near the questions long enough for them to teach you how to listen. We will walk with the Gita and the Upanishads when they speak of the self that outlasts the body and the light that outlasts the sun. We will walk with the Buddha when he warns us of clinging and shows us the freedom of compassion. We will walk with sages who spoke of pre-existence and of the soul's journey, with mystics who mapped worlds that are not less real for being invisible. We will walk with those who studied carefully, who wrote down what little children said with such sobriety it startled even them. We will not ask you to swallow any of it whole. We will ask you to taste and see. You might wonder whether popular interest in rebirth is only fear wearing philosophy. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it is love refusing to believe that love ends. Sometimes it is conscience insisting that mistakes can be redeemed. Sometimes it is hope insisting that the capacities we grow here, kindness, patience, courage, are not frivolous, but essential, and therefore cannot be lost. If you carry grief, keep it close while you read. It belongs here. If you carry regret, set it on the table between us. We will not send it away. If you carry a question whose edges still hurt, do not dull those edges to make it easier for anyone. The sharpness will teach us something about honesty, and honesty will keep us safe from illusions. As we go, I will sometimes speak personally because none of us does this work from a safe distance. My own life has required 1,000 small returns to humility. Every apology, a tiny rebirth. Every boundary honored an ascent. I have been taught by patients and elders, by friends and strangers, by books and by moments when no book could help. What has kept me steady is the suspicion, now more like a trust, that the universe is not mocking our efforts, but mentoring them. So we begin, not with proofs, but with a posture, not with slogans, but with a willingness to be changed by what we learn. We will start where every honest journey starts, with a desire beneath all the arguments, the simple longing to continue in a way that makes sense. We will ask what draws us toward more time, what we hope to repair, what we fear to face, and what kind of justice would let us breathe again. If there are many roads, the heart asks for a map. But even before the map, there is the hunger that sends us searching. That hunger deserves our attention. It holds the shape of the compass we will carry. And so, before we compare doctrines or weigh evidence. We will go to the source of the ache and listen to what it is asking for. Let us begin there, with the hunger for continuity, the quiet pull toward a life that goes on becoming itself. Chapter 1. The Hunger for Continuity. Time's first lesson is tenderness. It does not announce itself with trumpets. It arrives as a soft tug at the sleeve, a hint that what we have called an ending is only a pause where breath gathers for another sentence. We notice it in ordinary scenes, a hand that reaches for hours after a long season of silence, a scent from childhood returning so clearly that the room seems to change shape, a melody we have never heard that we somehow know. These moments don't prove anything the way a theorem does. They do something gentler. They awaken a recognition that runs ahead of evidence and waits for us to catch up. Reincarnation captivates the psyche because it speaks directly to this recognition. It offers a grammar for the feeling that life is not finished with us when events are finished with us, that the story of a soul cannot be told within the margins of a single lifetime. We are not drawn to the idea because we dislike limits. We are drawn because love, conscience, and the wish to become trustworthy seem too large to be contained by one arc. Something in us wants more time. Not more days to possess, but more space to become honest, to repair what was harmed, to cultivate courage where fear once made our choices. There is an emotional arithmetic behind this hunger. We look at a childhood marred by injustice and feel, with a kind of moral nausea, that one lifespan is not long enough to balance such an equation. We see kindness that never gets its due and malice that never meets a mirror and think, surely reality is wiser than this. The idea of another chance offers relief to our sense of fairness. It promises that the ledger of meaning is not closed by a single sunset. Even when we do not picture another birth, we dream of some space, this world or another, where unfinished goodness can finish its work. Viktor Frankl called it the will to meaning, a core hunger more fundamental than the will to pleasure or power. Under the pressure of finitude, the human heart asks not merely to continue, but to matter. Reincarnation, or any vision of continued becoming, answers this without mocking it. It says the curriculum goes on. It says that failures can ripen into wisdom, that wounds can become teachers if given time and gentleness. It does not cancel responsibility. It expands the horizon in which responsibility can do its work. Irvin Yalom wrote about death anxiety, not as a pathology to be removed, but as a light by which we see the contours of a meaningful life. The knowledge that we will die sharpens our love, clarifies our priorities, sobers our pride. Yet the terror of annihilation can distort us. We cling, we numb, we perform. Terror management theorists noticed that when mortality brushes our shoulder, we grip our worldviews harder, defend our tribe more fiercely, and seek status to soothe the ache. A vision of continuity, whether through many returns or through a single ascent, offers another response. Instead of bulking up the ego, it invites the soul to relax into a longer story where dignity is measured not by winning, but by becoming. Hope, then, is not naive optimism. It is a trained capacity. We grow it the way a musician grows touch, through daily scales, through listening, through humility before the instrument. The practices are small and near at hand. We tell the truth a little sooner. We apologize a little quicker. We pause before old reflexes and let a wiser choice arrive. Each act is a vote for a self we have not fully met. Over time, these votes amount to a character, and character is the only luggage worth carrying if the journey continues. Why does the idea of a second chance lighten the chest? Because it gives grief a task other than despair. The parent who regrets harshness imagines returning with softer hands. The worker who cut corners imagines coming back to learn the craft honestly. The friend who failed to show up imagines a chance to be the one who stays. These images are not excuses. They are rehearsals of responsibility. The soul pictures itself brave and faithful, not to escape guilt, but to learn how to become what it admires. There's also the curiosity that comes as a whisper in early childhood. Ask a room of adults if they ever felt older than their age, and many will smile with the embarrassment that accompanies a true memory. A 5-year-old speaks of a hill in a country she has never seen and tells you where the sun sets behind it in winter. A toddler watches an artisan at work and reaches for the chisel with a familiarity that startles everyone. We don't need to decide what these moments mean to honor what they awaken. A sense of having been in the world before in ways that are not reducible to genetics and environment. Call it déjà vu of the spirit. Call it resonance. Call it a leak in the ceiling between floors of memory. Whatever the mechanism, the feeling suggests a pattern wider than one life. Sometimes the recognition runs the other way, from the elder toward the child. A grandparent hears a tune hummed by their grandchild, and the room folds in on itself, decades thinning to a single moment where eyes meet and something unnameable passes between them. A teacher meets a student and senses a long acquaintance, as if some promise were being resumed rather than made for the first time. We could explain these as coincidence. We could also honor them as invitations to live, as if our bonds are ancient and therefore worthy of patience. Berdyaev spoke of creative freedom, the human person called to co-create with the divine, history as a wide canvas for acts that bring more reality into being. In that vision, the self is not a finished unit to be weighed and filed away, but a source that continues to spring. Reincarnation enchants those who resonate with Berdyaev because it preserves the dignity of the unfinished. It allows the person to keep creating themselves without the threat of being frozen forever at the point of earliest failure. It does not remove judgment. It relocates judgment into the quiet rigor of growth. Have you become more real, more loving, more free of compulsion? Fechner, in his gentle way, imagined consciousness as continuous across thresholds we mistake for endings. He suggested that death might be like waking from a dream into a larger day, with a small theater of bodily life opening onto a wider stage. This continuity does not require that we carry everything as we did. It asks that what is essential in us, our capacity for love, our acquired honesty, our taste for beauty and truth, survive the crossing and find room to expand. Whether we return to this world or proceed to another, Fechner's comfort is the same. The light that has begun in us need not be blown out by a change of scenery. But we are not only enchanted by ideas. We are moved by the way certain ideas make us live differently. Think of the person who, under the impression that time is short and pointless, becomes careless with the dignity of others. Then think of the person who, believing that every gesture participates in a longer training, treats even small tasks with reverence. The first shrinks the world to appetite. The second expands it to vocation. Reincarnation, or any long view of the soul, is attractive because it calls forth the second kind of posture. It says, what you become matters more than what you own. It says, learn to be faithful in the little things. They travel with you. A confession is in order. Sometimes we are drawn to multiple lives for poorer reasons. We want to postpone the work of forgiveness. Another time, another place. We want to avoid the humility of making amends now. We imagine endless chances as a way to dodge the urgency of this chance. These temptations are real. A worthy vision of continuity will not indulge them. It will insist that the only proof you would use your next life well is that you begin to use this one well today. So we return to the hunger beneath the theory. We long for a world in which the wounds of childhood are not the final word, in which the restless talents that never found a home can still bless someone, in which the shy learn courage and the impulsive learn patience. We long for this not as consumers wanting more time to accumulate, but as apprentices wanting enough hours to become the kind of craftsperson who can be trusted with fine work. The psyche holds this image of mastery and aches for the hours to practice. In hospital corridors and quiet kitchens, this ache takes honest forms. A mother sits beside a sleeping child and pledges to unlearn the anger she inherited. A son wheels his father into a garden and discovers that gentleness is a strength he never trained before. A caregiver wakes at dawn, tired to the bone, and still chooses to sing while making oatmeal. In these mundane sacraments, we glimpse what continuity is for, not to make us exceptional, but to make us faithful. The mind, meanwhile, asks its questions. What moral problems does the idea of new chances seem to solve? The first is the scandal of asymmetry. That pain appears randomly distributed. Multiple lives offer a story where apparent randomness is gathered into a pattern of learning whose logic we cannot always see from here. The second is the problem of overdetermined biographies. That trauma at 5 can hijack the next 50 years. Multiple lives imagine a horizon where the 5-year-old is not doomed, where the freedom that seemed stolen can be relearned across chapters, where justice is more like a patient tutor than a furious judge. The third is the problem of moral luck, that a small decision under pressure can mark a person for life. Continuity promises that we can be more than our worst 10 minutes. This does not erase the danger of self-exemption. If we are not careful, we begin to treat harm as a lesson for someone else to learn, and the present as disposable because later is long. But meaning without responsibility curdles into fantasy. The heart knows this. It will not be comforted by stories that help us dodge the very repairs that make us trustworthy. The attraction of reincarnation at its best is that it invites responsibility into a bigger room, a room with windows open to a longer breeze. When the terror of extinction rises, we can watch what it does in us. It can make us lie to appear significant. It can make us collect achievements the way a frightened child collects charms. Or it can soften us. It can make us careful with afternoons. It can make us precise in our affection. It can make us brave enough to sit with someone in their pain without trying to fix what cannot be fixed today. To live under the sign of continuation is not to become careless. It is to become patient with depth. There are evenings when a person sits by a window and feels older than their years, not out of cynicism, but out of a calm that seems borrowed. They watch a bird trace a loop in the air and think, I have seen this before from another angle. They pick up a tool and their hands move as if remembering a craft. Perhaps those hands did learn this somewhere, sometime. Perhaps memories travel in ways we do not yet understand. Or perhaps time itself is folded, and certain moments give us a preview of who we are becoming. In either case, the experience lends dignity to the present. We treat our actions as seeds with more than one season in them. If you listen to people who have brushed the edge of life and returned, you hear a theme. They speak of a light not only bright, but intimate, of a review not only exacting, but saturated with understanding, of a love that neither excuses nor humiliates. They come back changed in the way that matters most, rearranged around kindness. Whether we interpret their stories as evidence of another world or as encounters with the deepest layer of this one, the moral is similar. There's a way to live now that matches what waits later. Our attraction to many lives is also an attraction to rhythm. Seasons return, tides return, the breath returns. The psyche wants a cosmos that honors what the body already knows. Even in the simplest rituals, we practice this trust. The way we greet the morning as if it were our first, the way we say good night as if entrusted with a small eternity, the way the flame passed from candle to candle is the same flame, yet somehow multiplied. Continuity is not an abstract theory when we are watching a sunrise. It is the warmth on the skin that did not exist 1 minute ago and now exists and will exist again tomorrow. And if, as Fechner hints, consciousness is a field with edges we have mistaken for walls, then what we call me may be a kind of shoreline where a larger sea breaks into waves for a time. The wave does not end when it collapses. It returns to the water that was always its home. The attraction of this picture is not only that it soothes the fear of ending, it ennobles the minute. If even a wave carries the dignity of the sea, then even a day carries the weight of eternity. We carry ourselves differently when we suspect that this is so. Perhaps you have your own vignettes. The stranger you recognized without knowing why. The smell of bread that made you cry for reasons you could not name. The city you stepped into for the first time that felt instantly like a place you had left long ago. We do not need to make these into dogma to let them teach us. They teach us to proceed with curiosity, to assume that the soul story is longer than the biography on a dust jacket, to act as if we are responsible for the tone of that story, even when we cannot control the plot. To care about continuity is to care about becoming the kind of person who will use it well. If there are more chapters coming, here or elsewhere, then the stakes of this page rise, not fall. The way we speak when no one is listening continues in us. The way we return a shopping cart. The way we talk to a clerk when we are tired. The way we keep a promise we made to ourselves when nobody will know. These are not quaint moralities, they are training. They are how a soul gets ready for more light without squinting. The hunger for continuity is finally a hunger for trustworthy love. Love that takes our freedom seriously enough to teach us. Love that takes our wounds seriously enough to heal us without humiliating us. Love that takes our uniqueness seriously enough to invite our creativity. This is why reincarnation captivates us. Not because we want endless chances to repeat ourselves, but because we want time enough to become new. Desire points to design. How does Urantia sketch it? Chapter 2, Urantia and the Survival of the Soul. We do not need to decide everything at once to take the next honest step. The heart only asks for a trustworthy picture, wide enough to hold our experience, kind enough to dignify our becoming. The Urantia vision offers such a picture, not a maze of punishments and prizes, but a path of growth under a love that knows us intimately. It begins, curiously, not with the heavens, but with the quietest place in us, a place so interior that language thins when we approach it. The text calls it the indwelling fragment of God, the thought adjuster, a word that sounds mechanical until you feel what it points to, a presence that adjusts our thoughts toward truth and goodness, a companion who does not shout but steers. To speak of this presence is to speak of a familiar nudge. Is the soft disquiet when we are about to be unkind, the unexpected warmth that opens when we choose patience, the way a sentence arrives, gentle and exact, when we are brave enough to apologize. The adjuster is not our conscience, and yet conscience often carries its echo. It is not our will, and yet it never tramples the will. It waits for consent, then magnifies it. In moments of clarity, we sense a cooperation. We bring willingness, and something wiser brings light. From this cooperation, a new thing grows. Urantia calls it the soul, not the biological self that eats and sleeps, not the outer personality that learns a name and a profession, but a morontia self, a being in the making, woven from our free choices when they align with the nudge of the indwelling presence. The word morontia sounds strange until we let it do its work. It names a middle region between material and spiritual, a workshop where rough kindness becomes reliable character, where sincerity ripens into truthfulness, where love learns to be skillful as well as warm. If we could see the soul the way we see a tree, we would notice its rings, seasons of honesty, years of service, a year of learning boundaries for the first time, a year of learning to forgive without erasing ourselves. We would see scars too, where storms split the trunk and healing laid new would across the break. We would not despise the scars. They would be evidence that life continued and the inner sap still rose. What then of death? In this vision, death is not a verdict but a threshold. The narrative is sober. Bodies fail, minds flicker. Our days here are finite. And yet, the person we have been shaping in concert with the adjuster does not collapse with the body. The personality, stabilized by choices that harmonize with truth and goodness, is held in trust. There is a pause, mysterious in its details and merciful in its purpose, after which awakening occurs in a new environment fitted for the next lessons. Many names are used. The most evocative, for me, is the mansion worlds. Imagine an ascending spiral staircase lit from within, each landing a wider view. Imagine stepping out onto the first landing after a long sleep and finding a city that is somehow both strange and familiar, a morontia city of light, where the air seems to carry intention, where kindness travels farther than sound. Nothing in us that is real will be lost there, but much that is false will have nothing to cling to, and will gently fall away like a coat we outgrew without noticing. These worlds, 7 in the first series, are described as schools and neighborhoods rather than courts. There are places of healing as precise as hospitals and as human as kitchens. There are friendships to be made with those who guarded and taught us while we walked the earth without yet knowing their names. Seraphic guardians who are not sentimental, but thoroughly devoted to our growth. There are teachers skilled in the art of turning regret into wisdom without humiliation. There are homes, not in the sense of private property, but in the sense of rightful belonging. Spaces attuned to the tone our soul has learned to sing. The first of these worlds, if descriptions can be trusted, is thick with rehabilitation. We learn to use new senses, to speak a language that conveys intention as much as information, to stand without the props we leaned on in the body. We meet ourselves without the old evasions. We do not wither from the sight. There is relief in the accuracy of it, as if at last the measure of life were being taken by instruments calibrated for the soul. By the second and third worlds, we grow steadier in this new atmosphere. Skills we only half held on earth become muscle memory. We learn how to be truthful without hardness, how to be merciful without sentimentality, how to be exacting with ourselves without cruelty. The curriculum is patient. There are no grades posted on doors. Progress is recognizable largely by its fruits. We become easier to live with. We become harder to offend. We become more curious than defensive. By the 4th, 5th, and 6th, the horizons widen. Communities form around vocations of service. Some care for those newly arrived, whispering courage into disoriented hearts. Some study the arts of coordination and justice, learning how to set things in order without shaming anyone. Some apprentice in the subtler physics of this middle realm, where intention has weight and gratitude is measurable. The word morontia begins to make visceral sense. Reality here is denser than thought and lighter than matter. Motives take on texture. Love leaves traces that can be followed and learned from. The seventh world is a threshold in its own right. Standing there, one looks down the staircase and sees the arc of a life that did not end but changed altitude. One also looks upward and senses that the staircase continues beyond sight, a promise rather than a demand. The old ego, which tried to secure immortality through achievement, has long since been relieved of its impossible job. In its place is a self that trusts growth, a person acquainted with joy that does not need to be advertised to be real. If you're listening from a tradition that loves the idea of returning to earth for many lives, this picture may sound like a different melody. It is, yet its rhythm is not hostile to your rhythm. Both honor the intuition that one life is not enough for the soul's work. Both insist that growth requires time, relationships, and real responsibility. Where they differ most is in the stage chosen for the next act. One returns to the same classroom with new seats. The other continues in a larger school by advancing to the next grade. Neither vision is casual about freedom. Both treat freedom as the very point of the exercise. What a figure who walks beside us through all this. To return to the thought adjuster is to return to intimacy. The language is daring, a fragment of the divine volunteering to indwell a human mind, not as a spy but as a midwife. It takes nothing by force. It bears with us through confusion and arrogance and despair. It is quiet enough to be overlooked for long years, and persistent enough to eventually be recognized by anyone willing to notice the pattern in their best moments. Its mission is union, but union cannot be coerced. The soul is invited to become one with the presence that nurtured it, and the word for this intimacy is fusion. Fusion is not absorption. It is the difference between a candle extinguished in the sun and a candle carried into the sun without losing its flame. The personality is not erased but completed. The fragment is not diminished, but rejoices to see a creature choose freely what it could have imposed. There is a dignifying reciprocity in the image. The highest honors the humblest by sharing life. The humblest dignifies the highest by consenting to become real. Between here and fusion, the path bends through many neighborhoods of learning. Angels are not decorations on this path. In Urantia's vision, they are administrators and companions, skilled in 1,000 quiet arts. They are assigned to individuals when certain thresholds of moral choice are crossed. They coordinate opportunities that look to us like chance. They do not prevent sorrow, but they prevent waste. They weave offerings out of our pain. If you have ever felt inexplicably steadied when you were about to tip into bitterness, you may have felt the work of such guardians. The seraphic government of a world like ours looks nothing like the parade of earthly power. It is invisible diligence. It is the art of making repair possible among billions of unpredictable wills. It is a patient choreography of events that never uses us as puppets and never leaves us without a path to choose. We will not meet many of these helpers while we walk with skin. Perhaps that is for the best, lest we turn gratitude into superstition. But we can learn their manners, to be organized without becoming rigid, to be kind without becoming permissive, to be wise without becoming weary. To some, all this might sound too gentle for a world as torn as ours. Where is justice? Where is accountability? The answer in this picture is not absent. It is deeper. The mansion worlds do not let us outrun our choices. They let us face them with enough support to learn. The review we undergo is exacting. Every word, every intention, every omission held in a light that clarifies without scorching. Yet the point is not humiliation. The point is understanding strong enough to change us. This is what a school does when it believes in its students. There is, moreover, a sobering realism about timing. Not every personality fuses quickly. Not every soul even chooses to continue. Freedom is honored so fully that self-chosen extinction is allowed, though the patience of the universe stretches far beyond our imaginations before any lamp is permitted to go dark. The emphasis throughout is on possibility. The possibility that even late, even compromised, even ashamed, a person can become teachable and then trustworthy. If you ask how this differs from the spiral of earthly returns, one answer is attention. In the morontia career, the curriculum is explicit. The teachers are visible. The environment is built to reinforce what is being taught. On earth, the lessons are disguised as circumstances, and our teachers often arrive as difficult people. Both settings are capable of graduating saints. But the morontia worlds are designed for those who have outgrown the necessity of forgetting. The veil thins not to make things easy, but to let responsibility work with sharper tools. You may wonder whether such a vision risks making us passive here and now. If there's a wide school waiting, why strain in this cramped classroom? The opposite is true for those who let the picture do its work. If everything real about us continues, then everything we practice now is rehearsal that will matter later. Patience learned while waiting in a line is not small. Integrity learned when no one is watching is not small. The habit of speaking truth with tenderness is not small. The mansion worlds do not replace the dignity of this life. They validate it. There is a line in the air of those imagined cities. Call it a fragrance if you like. It smells like clean responsibility. People there do not confuse shame with learning. They're not in a hurry to display themselves because they have nothing to sell. Their joy has very little adrenaline in it. They laugh like people who are safe and exacting at the same time. They notice newcomers the way a good host notices a guest who is anxious and makes the room feel larger without a speech. When I picture the ascending spiral staircase, I do not only see architecture. I see a way of moving through experience that revisits familiar themes from a higher turn. Learning humility again, but without self-denial. Learning courage again, but without aggression. Learning love again, but without the secret contracts that had once made our gifts heavy. Each landing is not a new personality, but a more integrated one. Each view not a new planet, but a clearer sight of the same truth. The universe is safe for growth. We are not asked to believe all this on authority. We are invited to live as if something like this were true and to observe the kind of people it makes us. If the picture makes us gentler and braver, maybe it deserves our trust. If the picture tempts us to postpone repair, then we have misread it. A good map does not make us stare at the paper. It helps us walk the road with fewer avoidable injuries. So the contrast stands like two doors opening from the same hallway. One says, return to the stage and try the scene again with the lines you forgot last time. The other says, step into a wider theater where you can practice the same virtues with more light and better tools. The choice between them may not be ours to make. Or perhaps it is made moment by the kind of person we become. In any case, both doors seem to open onto the same concern, to turn us into beings who can be trusted with freedom. There is a mercy in all this that does not remove consequences, but removes despair. When we cannot repair a harm in the exact shape it happened, we are shown another form of repair. Serve someone in the same place where you once failed. When we cannot receive an apology from the one who hurt us, we are offered the practice of releasing them to a larger teacher while we take responsibility for the tone of our own heart. When we cannot get our past to be different, we are taught how to become different in the present. Mercy in this school has bones. Justice without humiliation. How might karma look in a merciful universe? Chapter 3. Karma and Mercy. We often inherit the word karma like an old loom. Its beams upright, its shuttle worn smooth by generations. We feel the instinct to weave with it, to make sense of threads and knots, to see how causes move across time and leave patterns in a life. But a loom without light makes hard cloth. We need the morning dew as well, the mercy that softens fibers before they are worked, that makes a woodcut become something that can be touched. Between the loom and the dew, a truer fabric appears. Justice that teaches without humiliating, responsibility that does not collapse into shame, repair that is creative instead of punitive. In the Bhagavad Gita, the field of action is a battlefield and a heart. Arjuna trembles, not only at the prospect of violence, but at the moral complexity of living at all. In the second teaching, he is reminded that the self, the deepest stratum of personhood, is not destroyed when bodies fall. In the fourth, he is taught that action can be purified by intention and offering. Karma is not merely retribution in that vision. It is also education. Acts leave grooves. Grooves become tendencies. Tendencies become character. And yet, through discipline and surrender, through knowledge and devotion, the grooves can be redirected and the cloth rewoven. The old Upanishads sing this with a sober music. What we love, we become. What we attend to, we grow into. Brihadaranyaka and Chandogya speak of the person shaped by their desires and understandings, of a universe where seed and harvest are of one substance. None of this is a cosmic scoreboard. It is a living ecology of cause and effect, delicate and exact. The soul learns that reality is trustworthy because it is coherent. Lies corrode the vessel that holds them. Truth enlarges it. Urantia joins this conversation with a different cadence, but a compatible aim. It asks us to picture the law not as a trap, but as the architecture of a school. The ancients of days adjudicate, yes, but their judgments are the decisions of a vast faculty committed to growth. The point is not to catch us falling. The point is to teach us how to walk so steadily that we can be entrusted with more freedom. Mercy, in this picture, is not the suspension of justice. It is justice working in its highest form, repairing the soul rather than merely balancing a ledger. Guilt and shame sit differently under such a sky. Guilt says, I did something misaligned, and offers the dignity of specific repair. Shame says, I am what I did, and removes the oxygen of growth. Karma, misunderstood, feeds shame by reading every consequence as a mark of unworthiness. Karma, seen truly, refuses to humiliate. It invites responsibility, which is the opposite of self-disgust. Responsibility says, I can choose the next stitch. I can redirect the pattern. I can make amends in the places where my thread cuts someone else's cloth. Consider the loom again. Threads do not lie. If I pull too hard in haste, warps pucker. If I neglect an edge, fabric frays. Karma is that honesty of material, the way reality reports back on the quality of our touch. But cloth worked without moisture fights the hands. Mercy is the dew at dawn. It makes the fibers receptive. It allows a gentler correction. It keeps the weaver from breaking the very thing they hope to mend. In a merciful universe, consequences still teach, but they do not delight in our distress. They are arranged for learning, not for spectacle. Imagine now the morontia city we glimpsed, where intention has texture and gratitude is measurable. In such a place, the lesson of karma becomes vivid. A harsh thought lands with the thud of a poorly cut stone. A generous motive carries a brightness that others can orient by. The courses are not lectures, but practice rooms. One learns how to think in a way that builds the house rather than cracks its foundation. How to speak so that truth and kindness arrive in the same sentence. How to act so that the fabric gains strength at its stress points. If you have ever repaired a relationship, you already know this curriculum. No apology works if it is an attempt to purchase absolution. The apology that restores is the one that tells the truth without theatrical sorrow, names the harm, does not argue with the consequence, and asks what repair would feel like to the one harmed. Karma, at its best, is the ecology that makes such repair possible. Mercy, at its best, is the weather that allows the ecology to flourish. Shame ruins both. It turns apology into performance and consequence into permanent identity. In the Gita's fourth teaching, Krishna speaks of sacrifice, not the burning of grain to win favor, but the relinquishment of the clinging that turns action into bondage. One can offer breath to breath, knowledge to knowledge, action to the fire that makes action clean. The result is not passivity, it is freedom from fever. Work is done as worship, and therefore the grooves it leaves are grooves toward clarity. In Urantia's language, the thought adjuster uses such offerings to build the soul, a structure that can hold more light without cracking. Same movement, different music. A parent feels this when they stop punishing and start teaching. Not that consequences disappear. Rather, they're chosen to fit the lesson. The child who lied is not shamed as a liar. The child is invited to repair trust where it was strained. Perhaps they sit with the person they misled and hear how the lie felt. Perhaps they write a plan for how to handle the next temptation with help. The household does not become sentimental. It becomes just in a way that dignifies everyone inside it. The ancients of days are pictured as such parents at cosmic scale, unyielding about truth, unmoved by theatrics, infinitely inventive at arranging conditions under which growth becomes the most likely outcome. Creative repair is the art that grows in such houses and such worlds. It is creative because the past cannot be undone in the exact form it occurred. New forms must be designed in which the harm is answered with goodness. The person who once stole becomes a craftsman who gives generously of their work. The person who once used words as weapons becomes a patient listener in whose presence others feel safe to tell the truth. Karma without mercy would only demand repayment. Mercy without karma would require nothing and so teach nothing. Together, they ask us to become reliable sources of reality, people whose presence mends what our past presence once frayed. There is a tenderness in how consequences are handled in a merciful universe. Think of morning dew on a field after a night of frost. The grass does not pretend the cold never happened. It drinks the dew and stands again. Where shame would insist the frost proves the field is worthless, mercy insists the field is worth tending. Where guilt would spiral in his self-loathing, responsibility moves toward the neighbor's fence to repair the place where our animal broke through last night. There is movement, not paralysis, instruction, not indictment. Psychologists sometimes observe that accountability fails when it is contaminated by humiliation. A person flooded with shame cannot learn. Their nervous system is busy with survival. But when accountability is delivered in a context of respect, what you did was real and harmful, and you are more than what you did. The human being regains the capacity to choose. The loom is returned to their hands with better light. The dew has done its work. If we bring this to the level of a city, something beautiful appears. In a neighborhood that practices creative repair, graffiti is not only scrubbed. The young artist is invited into a mural project under the guidance of a patient elder. In a court that remembers mercy, restitution is not limited to fines, which the poor cannot pay, but includes service that restores visibility and dignity to those harmed. In a workplace that treats karma as ecology and not as superstition, mistakes are examined for their causes and context, patterns are corrected, and people are trained instead of discarded. Justice becomes the art of designing conditions under which goodness becomes likely. Urantia's picture of adjudication leans this way. The review is exact, but not to satisfy a voyeuristic God. It is exact because truth is the only material strong enough to build with. The point of showing us the full tapestry of our choices is not to humiliate. It is to restore the power to choose differently. No lie is ignored. No motive is airbrushed. The exposure burns only until honesty becomes a relief. Then it warms like sun. Some will ask, as they should, where does deterrence live in such a gentle scheme? It lives in the discovery that reality cannot be tricked. One can posture before a jury. One cannot posture before a mirror that shows the soul. The deterrent in a moral ecology is not fear of pain, but the recognition that the consequences are baked into the wiring of being. Cruelty deforms the one who wields it. Selfishness stars the one who feeds it. Kindness enlarges the one who offers it. Once a person has tasted this, fear becomes redundant. The more powerful motive is love of reality itself. And if karma is a loom, it is also a teacher of timing. Threads pulled too fast tighten and snap. Threads left too long tangle. Mercy keeps cadence. Not yet, when our eagerness would ruin the work. Now, when procrastination would rot the cloth. We learn to trust the hand that guides us through seasons. Sowing, pruning, harvest, rest. We come to see consequences as seasons too. A winter of smallness, endured without losing gentleness, prepares a spring where responsibility fits us better than before. A story. A woman who carried bitterness for a decade after a betrayal decides to write a letter she will never send. She writes not to indict, but to tell the truth about how the years felt. She reads it aloud to a trusted friend, then burns it and uses the warmth to heat tea for two. This is not the repayment of harm in ledger terms. It is the choosing of a different harvest. Karma nods at the honesty. Mercy blesses the release. Responsibility invites the woman to practice relational boundaries so that the old pattern is not woven again. Another story. A man who built his identity on being right learns, after losing a friendship, to ask a single question in every disagreement. What am I not seeing? He writes the question on a card and carries it in his wallet. For a year, he answers it before he speaks. Slowly, he feels the fabric change. The thread of defensiveness thins. The thread of curiosity strengthens. His world does not become easier, but it becomes kinder. This is continuity doing its best work. Not extending the time we have to be clever, but extending the time we have to be remade. The fiercest resistance to mercy often comes from those of us who think we are protecting justice. We fear that if mercy enters the room, standards will fall. But standards do not belong to shame, they belong to truth. Mercy protects standards from becoming weapons. It keeps the dignity of the offender and the dignity of the offended in the same frame. It refuses to let the wound define either. It believes that the person can become the kind of person who would not repeat the harm, and then it participates in building the conditions under which that belief can be fulfilled. When we bring Urantia's emphasis on growth together with the Gita's emphasis on purifying action, a simple ethics emerges. Do the next honest thing without the fever of self-display. Offer the benefit of your work without claiming it as your identity. Choose consequences that teach, especially when you are the one who must bear them. Make amends in forms that fit the harm. Time for time, attention for neglect, generosity for theft, truth-telling for deceit. Trust that the adjuster uses every honest offering as material for the soul. The morning dew returns each day. It does not argue with the night that came before, it answers it. Karma is not refuted by mercy. it is fulfilled by it. The loom does not lose its rigor when the dew arrives. It becomes workable again. We become workable again. This is the pedagogy of a merciful universe, stern in its commitment to reality, tender in its method, tireless in its hope that we will learn. And so we step from punishment to pedagogy, from shame to responsibility, from repayment to repair. The fabric grows strong where it once tore. The pattern regains its coherence. The hands at the loom learn a kinder pressure. There is joy in this, the quiet joy of craft. We are, after all, weaving the very garment we will wear into wider worlds. Let us hear the Eastern voices that chart the map of returns. Chapter 4, Eastern Voices. We ask to hear the Eastern voices that chart the map of returns. And the room changed temperature as if a door to a garden had opened. The air smelled of incense and rain on stone. A bell sounded once, the sound traveling farther than it should, and in its aftertone the old words gathered, samsara, moksha, nirvana, rhythms that try to teach us how to walk. Samsara, the wandering, is not only a cosmic wheel. It is the intimate habit of circling what we long for without quite touching it. You can feel it while scrolling past midnight, promising yourself one more flick of the thumb, one more glance at a window that never really opens. You can feel in the day you wanted to spend differently and somehow spent the same. The traditions name this not to shame us, but to be precise about the gravity we live within. Gravity is not an accusation. It is a condition to be understood and worked with. If there is a wheel, there is also a center, and the way to stillness is not to smash the wheel, but to know it for what it is and to stop mistaking it for identity. In Hindu thought, the center is not a blank. The center is presence. The Gita's quiet revelation is that action can be done without the fever that binds us to its fruits, that the self, deeper than the restless mind, is not shredded by the changes that frighten us. The Upanishads speak like someone reminding us of a name we have carried all along, that thou art. In this light, rebirth is not a punishment, but a pedagogy. It is the long schooling of attention and desire until the false center ceases its gripping and the true center shines by its own right. Moksha is not a prize handed from outside. It is the unbinding of what was never truly bound, the recognition that the little flame belongs to a fire that does not go out. Stand in a temple courtyard in the late afternoon, and you may understand why so many prayers in the East sound like remembering. A child touches a brass lamp with the confident hand of someone who has done it before. A woman ties a thread to a branch, and her breath slows, as if in rhythm with something older than lungs. The ritual is not magic performed to bribe a god. It is the choreography of a nervous system being taught how to be simple in the presence of the simple. When the mind learns to be still without becoming rigid, the patterns that propelled us begin to lose their authority. This is how the wheel loosens, not by violence, but by clarity. Buddhism enters with a different, exacting tenderness. Where Hindu traditions speak of the self that abides, Buddhism asks whether the word self has ever pointed to anything solid enough to bear the weight we press upon it. Look carefully, it says. Is there a permanent core there? Or is there a stream, sensations, feelings, perceptions, formations, consciousness, arising and passing in lawful ways? Anatta, no self, is not a denial of dignity. It is a refusal to ascribe permanence to what is only persistent habit. The relief is immediate for some. If the self is not a fortress, perhaps the battlements can be dismantled and the quarrel with the world can end. Nirvana, then, is not an elsewhere. It is a way of seeing here without the spell of grasping. Samsara and nirvana do not belong to separate geographies. They are two ways of perceiving the same field. When clinging relaxes, the field reveals a clarity that was present all along. Compassion, in this view, is not mere sentiment. It is the natural posture of a mind that no longer reads every scene as a threat to its story. The Bodhisattva does not delay their awakening as an austere stunt. They discover that awakening and service are not ultimately different, and they walk the world as proof. To Western ears, the contrast with an ascending self can sound like contradiction. It is better approached as a compliment. Where the ascending path speaks of a self being refined into trustworthiness, the Buddhist path speaks of a self-image being seen through until only responsiveness remains. Both honor responsibility. Both aim to end harm. Even the language of karma begins to look like curriculum again. Not a cosmic criminal code, but the ordinary honesty of causes and consequences seen without defensiveness. The argument about metaphysics recedes. The practice of compassion comes forward as the method that changes the weather of a life. Jainism offers yet another angle, severe in form, luminous in intention. Here, the living being, jiva, is intrinsically pure consciousness, and karma is not merely a record, but a kind of subtle matter that clings to the soul through actions of violence, possessiveness, and untruth. Liberation is not achieved by sentiment. It is achieved by exacting vows, nonviolence, truth, non-stealing, chastity, non-possessiveness, lived with a precision that cleans the lens of perception. To stand before a Jain image hall, with its marble polished by 1,000 careful feet, is to feel what an ethic of non-harm can do to a space. The air seems thinner of aggression there. Words arrive with fewer barbs. Ahimsa, non-violence, becomes the great bridge. You can speak of self or no self, of ascent or release, but the test that matters is the touch you bring to beings who can feel. A microbe, a plant, a bird, a stranger. The vow is to move among them as one who knows that life is not cheap. In a world like ours, this vow looks impractical until you practice it for a month and notice the tone of your mind changing. The way the mouth learns to pause before speaking. The way the hand learns to set a cup down instead of dropping it. The way appetite learns gratitude. An ethic that began as an abstract ideal becomes the easiest way to breathe without leaving claw marks behind. Listen to a Tibetan Lama instruct a room of ordinary people about dying, and you will hear the Bardo Thodol translated into pastoral care. Do not be frightened by the lights, he says. The clear light is your own nature. Do not grasp at the peaceful forms or flee the wrathful ones. They're the play of mind, intense because mind is powerful. When familiar sound call you back, do not rush. When unfamiliar sounds frighten you, do not run. The book's images, deities radiant or fierce, landscapes that seem made of sound, are not for entertainment. They are devices for recognition. The dying are coached not to cling to a name, a house, a body, a family, as if clinging could stabilize a stream. They are coached to recognize clarity and to choose the path that keeps clarity. Even for the living, these instructions are immediately useful. When strong emotion arises, grief or rage or panic, the temptation is to clamp down or bolt. The practice asked of us is different. Look, name what is present without calling it me. Breathe. Let the image pass and the energy move without tightening into a story that will be defended for years. The result is not numbness. It is intimacy with what is. And this intimacy is the mother of compassion. If I am not a fixed center under attack, I have the bandwidth to notice another's pain and to respond in a way that fits the moment. Compassion becomes method, not a garnish on wisdom, but the very wisdom itself in motion. To sit with a friend who is ashamed without adding one drop of humiliation to the cup, that is the heart of non-harm. To tell the truth at the right temperature, that is the skillful means the traditions praise. To speak a boundary without hatred, that is the integration of clarity and kindness that unknots karmic tangles across generations. The words are ancient, but the applications are kitchen table plain. Between the Eastern maps, there are differences worth respecting, not glossing. The Hindu confidence in an abiding self gives ballast to those who feel scattered. The Buddhist exposure of constructed identity releases those who feel trapped by stories. The Jain insistence on rigorous non-harm trains those who want their goodness to survive stress. Each carries medicines the other sometimes lack. Each can become rigid when held without humility. The art is to learn from all three without forcing a synthesis they do not ask for. If you spend a morning with a Hindu family at puja, an afternoon with a Buddhist sangha in meditation, and an evening with Jain practitioners discussing vows, you will begin to notice how the body is taught in each context. In one, the hand learns offering and remembrance. In another, the spine learns stillness and attention. In the third, the senses learn restraint and precision. A day later, walking down an ordinary street, you will find the lessons still working. The hand offering help before pride interferes, the spine remembering to sit tall in a difficult conversation, the senses declining the extra bite not from guilt but from freedom. Religious becomes a smaller word than trained to love. When the concept of rebirth is heard in this light, it loses both its cartoonish sparkle and its gray dread. It becomes a way to talk about how patterns perpetuate themselves until counter-patterns are introduced with enough patience to take root. Perhaps the patterns continue across lifetimes. Perhaps they continue across the decades of a single mortal arc. The medicine does not change. Greet the pattern without theatricality. Refuse the story that it defines you. Practice the counter-pattern in small, durable increments. Return is not a punishment here. It is simply the truth that unlearned lessons revisit us until they have been learned. There are stories, of course. A girl in Varanasi who knows the names of streets her parents have never seen. A monk in Ladakh who speaks a dialect from a valley he never visited in this life. A child in Sri Lanka who panics near a bus depot for reasons that make sense only after an older woman tells an older story. These accounts are not proofs in a laboratory sense. They are invitations. Even if we never decide what they mean metaphysically, they can teach us to treat the young with reverence and the old with curiosity, to assume that each face carries more history than it announces. Hope in these traditions is not sugar. It has teeth. It says that suffering is workable because mind is workable. It says that liberation is possible, not by bypassing the human, but by becoming exquisitely human, aware, tender, self-honest, disciplined. It says that your next thought matters because it is the next stitch in a fabric you will wear. It says that your next act is your teacher because reality answers to your touch with exquisite precision. If we bring these voices into our house, we do not need to paint the walls with mantras or cover the shelves with statues, though we may, if beauty helps. We can simply start with how we set a glass down, with how we listen when someone speaks, with how we hold the breath for 3 counts when the old reflex asks us to flare. We can start with how we step over an ant. We can start with how we do not roll our eyes at someone we have secretly decided is beneath us. The miracles the East advertises are often these: that the small is not small, that attention is love, that the way we carry the body is already a proclamation of what we believe about the soul. And because compassion is method, it is also metric. If a belief about returns makes us harsher with those who suffer, assuming they deserve their pain, we have departed the path. If a belief about no self makes us indifferent to injustice, dismissing people as waves in a field, we have departed the path. The test is steady and simple. Does this way of seeing increase my capacity to respond with clarity and care? If not, the tradition itself invites us to revise our reading. There's a kind of maturity these voices want for us. Not the brittle maturity that scolds, but the supple maturity that can hold paradox without panic. That we are responsible and not finally in control. That we are temporary and bathed in a continuity that does not depend on naming. That we can train the mind and also need help. That we can be fierce in defense of the vulnerable and still practice the tenderness that keeps us from becoming what we fight. Sometimes the best seat for learning this maturity is the one at the far edge of a monastery courtyard, where you are not important and therefore free. The wind lifts a prayer flag, and you remember promise. A nun walks by with a stack of bowls, and you notice how she does not clang them against each other. A novice laughs in the kitchen, and the sound does not break anything. You realize that holiness is not a mood, but a habit of carrying weight lightly so that others can breathe. When we go home from such places, the work is to keep the habit. We teach our hands to move more slowly for a week. We put a small stone in a pocket and touch it before we speak in anger. We go to sleep with the phrase, "Let me not harm," and wake with, "Let me be useful." We give the benefit of the doubt more often, not because naivety is virtue, but because cynicism is a poor prophet. We let the wheel spin without grabbing it. The center becomes available in rooms where it once felt impossible to find. All of this is a way of saying that rebirth, when spoken correctly, is less about passports between worlds and more about fidelity to the next honest act. If there are other lives, this is how we prepare to use them well. If there are not, this is how we honor the one we have. The deeper secret is that reality seems to bend toward those who care for it. The field becomes hospitable to minds that are hospitable to others. Causes and conditions begin to conspire for goodness in ways that look like luck from a distance and like craft from up close. So we have listened to the Hindu who remembers the flame, to the Buddhist who relaxes the grip, to the Jain who refuses to injure. We have borrowed what helps us become reliable. We have declined what would make us proud of our borrowing. We have let compassion train our attention until attention itself began to feel like prayer. But the West too dreamed of returns and of ascents. Chapter 5, Western Memories. When we turn westward, we do not leave the spiral behind. We find it engraved on stones and sung in the oldest fragments. The Greeks told stories that felt like maps, and one of those maps begins on a battlefield where a soldier named Air fell but did not stay fallen. He went where the dead go and returned, not empty-handed, but heavy with a memory the living could use. In Plato's telling, Air stood among souls in a meadow between worlds, watched them ascend and descend along two great openings in the sky and two in the earth, and saw a spindle of necessity turn the heavens. He heard the daughters of necessity sing, Lachesis of what has been, Clotho of what is, Atropos of what will be, while souls chose their next lives not as victims, but as choosers. The scene is austere and tender at once. Lives are laid out before the souls like lots, and a herald reminds them, the responsibility is yours. A cautious soul may pick the quiet life of a craftsman. A brash soul may seize the crown of a tyrant without noticing the fine print of consequence. Blindness, not fate, ruins the chooser. After choosing, each drinks from the river of forgetfulness, the Lethe, and falls back into the world at dawn. The myth does not flatter us, it dignifies us. It insists that the moral weight of a life can be carried only by a free being trained to see. If reincarnation appears here, it is less a conveyor belt than a classroom where sight itself is the subject. The Orphic and Pythagorean currents that braided through Greek religion made the same point with different instruments. The body, they said, is a soma and a sema, both a body and a sign, even a tomb from which we learn. The soul carries a divine signature and moves through births and deaths as if through rooms, seeking purification. Orphic gold tablets. The little lamellae placed in graves spoke like pocket guides for the disoriented. I am a child of earth and starry heaven. Give me to drink from the spring of memory. They warned the newcomer to avoid certain waters and to speak certain phrases, not because a password saves, but because remembrance does. Pythagoras himself was remembered for remembering too much. He told stories of recognizing a friend's voice in a puppy's cry, of identifying a shield he had carried in another life. These are images, not proofs, but they push the same way, toward a discipline of living that treats every act as training for clarity. The taboos: do not eat what dulls the instrument, do not profane what teaches, were less about superstition than about protecting the mind from sleep. A soul that would leave the wheel needs a will that has learned how not to grasp. Turn a few centuries, and the conversation moves into a Christian voice bold enough to be argued with for 2 millennia. Origen loved the freedom that only education can give. He read Scripture not as a simple chain of commands, but as a layered schoolhouse in which milk is given to the young and meat to the mature. He speculated, always carefully, always as a student, that souls pre-existed in a state of contemplation, that their cooling love precipitated them into material tutelage, and that God's end is restoration, not spectacle, apokatastasis, a world taught back into love. The Church would later quarrel with his hypotheses. Some were rejected with heat. Yet the scent of his hope lingered. That judgment is the most severe form of pedagogy, and that God's justice seeks not to win against the creature, but to win the creature back to reality. Whether or not we follow Origen into all his daring, we can let him sharpen our appetite for a justice that instructs. He held that freedom is not an ornament, but the hinge of personhood, and that therefore any vision of continuity must preserve the dignity of consent. If there are many rooms in the Father's house, they are not cages, they are classrooms. If there is fire, it is purgative, not vindictive. It burns lie the way an antiseptic burns, because it kills what would kill us. The Jewish mystics who gathered around Isaac Luria in Safed carried the conversation into a landscape lit by lamps. In their telling, the world began with a contraction, sympsum, a holy making of space into which divine light was poured. The vessels made to hold that light shattered. Sparks fell into matter and hid there like exiles waiting for songs in a foreign land. The work of a life became tikkun, repair, lifting sparks with every honest blessing, every just deed, every small act of joy steward without greed. In that economy, souls return for Gilgal when their repair is unfinished, not to be humiliated, but to be given a chance to restore what broke. There is an intimacy to Luria's map. Not every return is a full transmigration. Sometimes a righteous soul joins another in Iber, pregnancy of the soul, accompanying, not replacing, lending strength for a task that needs 2 signatures to complete. You can hear the pedagogy of mercy in these images. We are not alone in repair. We are lent help. We are guided toward the kind of deeds that release captive light. The commandments become not a quota, but a craft. Bless bread, and you lift sparks. Keep a promise, and you lift sparks. Give without condescension, and you lift sparks. The book of life is written in a script of attention. Walk a narrow alley in the old city at dusk, and the metaphysics becomes tactile. A shopkeeper hands a coin back to a customer who gave too much. He does it without announcement and looks a little relieved, as if a fever has broken. A child picks up a piece of litter and fits it into a bin as if returning a note to its envelope. An old man pauses at a doorway and whispers a blessing over a threshold. These are not saintly theatrics, they are repairs. If a soul returns, perhaps it is to learn how to make such repairs habit with hands that still tremble and legs that still tire. From Safe, we can walk to Sweden with a stop in 18th century Stockholm, where a scientist turned seer named Emanuel Swedenborg kept notebooks on the architecture of the unseen. He did not promise returns to this earth. He described a continuity so exact that returns would be redundant. In Heaven and Hell, he wrote of waking after death into a world where appearances are the outward forms of one's inward loves, where communities form by affinity, where hell is chosen by those who cannot endure a world shaped by unselfish love, and heaven is simply a society of mutual usefulness, so happy it looks like play. In Swedenborg's reports, there is very little theater and very much craft. He moves through neighborhoods where people speak plainly, where the light is not metaphoric but material, where the test of a doctrine is whether it helps someone love someone. He insists that character does not change by transplant. It changes by consent, and consent is trained in the habits of daily life. He treats death as a change of clothing. He speaks of angels without embroidery, specialists in ministering, administrators of traffic between worlds, competent, unsentimental, delighted by goodness. To a modern reader, these Western memories sound like a choir that cannot quite agree on tempo and yet sings the same theme. Plato gives us moral choice under the turning heavens. Orphics give us purification, remembrance, and a warning not to drink forgetfulness. Origen gives us educational justice, and the refusal to believe God is less patient than a good teacher. Lyrical gives us the drama of repair in a world of shattered vessels and captive light. Swedenborg gives us a bureaucratic heaven unafraid of the word use, where love becomes architecture and society flowers from it. The disagreement about mechanisms is less important than the agreement about aim. To make of the human being something that can be trusted with freedom. Some will ask, where is humility in all this? It is in the admission that none of these maps can be proved the way we prove a theorem, and yet we are freer when we live as if reality were this intelligent. We eat more carefully because food is not trivial fuel but a context for gratitude. We speak more carefully because words are not decorative but creative. We choose more carefully because the lot we pick now becomes the house we live in later, whether later means tomorrow afternoon or a lifetime hence. A secular mind might comfort itself by reducing these stories to psychology. Even then, the psychology has teeth. If I act as if life is a classroom, I will do the homework of apology and attention. If I act as if choices have afterlives in the heart, I will be more precise with the pressure I place on others. If I act as if love builds the kind of city I want to live in forever, I will start building that city on my street. The metaphysics may be argued. The ethics can be tested by anyone with a day and a neighbor. Consider how easily the West, too, confuses punishment with pedagogy. We build prisons that teach cunning rather than character. We humiliate in public and wonder why the humiliated learn hatred. The best of our old stories knew better. They told us to choose with open eyes and to remember what we chose. They told us to repair the breach at the level of the soul. They told us that freedom without love will not stay free. If a myth survives for centuries, it is often because it knows something true about what makes a human being. At a certain hour of evening, Sitting with these voices, you might feel the same mild embarrassment you felt as a child when a kind adult told you something obvious you had somehow missed. Of course, choices harden into character. Of course, remembrance matters. Of course, a city built of mutual usefulness would feel like heaven to anyone who has ever been lonely. Of course, the works of love are the only works that do not burn away. It is not shame. It is relief to see how sensible the mystery can be. So the West dreamed, too, of returns and of ascents, of memory and repair, of a cosmos that refuses to waste what can be taught. The dreams were sometimes lavish, sometimes severe, but always oriented toward making the person more real. You do not need to swear allegiance to any of them to borrow their discipline. Choose with eyes open. Remember what you choose. Repair what you break. Practice the kind of usefulness that would make heaven contagious if it were tried on your block. From myth to inquiry, when science listens to mystery. Chapter 6. Brazil as a Bridge. There is a particular warmth to Brazilian nights when a small group gathers around a table with a simple book and a glass of water. The book is the gospel. The water will be prayed over. The practice is called Evangelho no Lar, gospel at home. Someone reads a passage about forgiveness. Another comments. A child asks a question with the gravity of a judge, and then a few minutes of silent prayer steady the air. When the house returns to its noise, something soft has been placed in the middle of it, like a lamp with a patient flame. This is how much of Brazil learns the language of continuity, not only in doctrine, but in domestic practice. To speak of Brazil as a bridge is to acknowledge how an entire culture received, translated, and embodied a conversation about the soul. Allan Kardec, a French schoolteacher with a taste for careful questions, organized a corpus: the Spirit's Book, the Medium's Book, the Gospel according to Spiritism, that read like a classroom where the dead were tutors and the living were students willing to do homework. In Brazil, those pages did not remain pages. They became soup ladles, sewing circles, dispensaries of eyeglasses, Sunday study groups, and the long art of moral reform, reforma intima, carried out with a seriousness that often looks like joy. You see, in a Centro Espírita on a weeknight, there's a talk on patience that refuses to be sentimental. There is passe, the laying on of hands without drama, a quiet invitation for the mind to uncurl. There is desubsesso, a work of prayer for tangled minds that the modern world would only medicate. And after the prayers, people line up for milk powder, for a basket of rice and beans, for a book to read aloud at home so that the house learns to breathe. The motto on the wall is almost always the same: Fora de caridade neo ha salvação. Outside charity, there is no salvation. No one gloats over the line. They stand in it together. Chico Xavier brought a different register to this music, a public humility that felt like proof. He wrote by hand what he said he received by compassion, letters from those who had crossed the threshold, novels dictated by a spirit doctor called André Louise, poems that sounded like home. Whether a reader takes these as literature or as transcriptions, the effect in Brazil has been the same for decades. Consolation married to responsibility. A mother who had not slept since an accident reads a page addressed in the handwriting of her child and begins to breathe again. A man who drank his chances thin reads Nosso Lar, our home, and imagines a hospital in the afterlife where work is recovery and service is relief. He puts the bottle down and volunteers at the center that fed him. It is tempting from the outside to reduce all this to cultural therapy. But if you sit long enough on a wooden bench beside a Brazilian grandmother and listen to how she prays for her city, you begin to feel the craft in it. She has more theology than she names. She believes that the world beyond is organized for learning. She believes that help arrives when asked for humbly. She believes that the moral chemistry of a house can be changed by patient practice, that anger can be trained to walk in from the porch and take off its shoes. She holds her dead and her living in the same sentence without superstition. She expects to continue. Urantia enters this room with a different accent. There are papers on the nature of the indwelling presence, on the structure of a universe that is more school than stage, on the ascent through worlds that feel like neighborhoods of responsibility. It rejects the mechanism of multiple returns to this same earth as the standard curriculum. It offers, instead, the picture of a career through morontia spheres where the soul wakes into a clarity for which it had been training all along. Yet when Urantia and Brazil meet, they recognize each other's posture: service before display, character before spectacle, education as mercy. The convergences are easy to name because they live in the hands. Charity, not as pity, but as usefulness, moral progress, not as pride, but as practice, education of the soul, not as trivia, but as the way a person becomes easier to live with. A Brazilian sinner's sopa fraterna, fraternal soup, is kin to Urantia's insistence that growth travels through kitchens as much as through cathedrals. A seraphim's quiet ministry harmonizes with a center's invisible volunteer who knows who needs a warm shirt and who needs to be asked to fold the shirts with her so that dignity returns through contribution. Angels in one lexicon, benefactors in another. The choreography looks the same up close. There are divergences as well, and they matter. The Spiritist map expects return as pedagogy. A soul learns lessons it did not learn, reaps what it sowed, sows better. The Urantia map expects ascent as pedagogy. A soul graduates from the material classroom and proceeds to schools designed for the next set of competencies. Both care about justice as education. Both resist humiliation as method. Where they differ is in whether the world's scarcity of memory is an essential part of learning or a temporary crutch to be outgrown. Spiritism sees the veil as the necessary mercy of a new start. Urantia sees the thinning of the veil as the mercy of a higher class. If this seems abstract, the Brazilian stories keep it honest. A bus driver in Recife keeps a folded page in his wallet, a psychograph letter that arrived 2 months after a crash. It is not the doctrine that keeps him sober now. It is the sentence that described the way his daughter laughed at a joke only the two of them knew. The accuracy cracked something, the love said it. He started to arrive early for his route so that he could drive more gently and pray for the mothers he passed at corner markets. Whether the letter came from his daughter or from a reservoir of compassion that borrowed her voice, the result was the same. He became more careful with afternoons. Or consider a judge in Minas Gerais, whose docket is too heavy to touch with one pair of hands. In the evenings, she reads Urantia's pages on justice without humiliation and Swedenborg's notes on usefulness, and she remembers early study circles on O Evangelho Segundo, O Espiritismo. She begins to pilot a program in her court where restitution includes service and where offenders sit in a circle with victims when both are willing. She is not naive. She is precise. She believes that the aim of punishment is learning, and that learning requires conditions that keep the human nervous system from becoming an enemy. Her rulings become harder to predict and easier to respect. She is practicing continuity as jurisprudence. In the back room of Center in Belém, a former addict stacks crates of bananas for Saturday distribution. He tells a visitor that he used to avoid the gospel nights because the mention of Jesus made him angry. Then he met a widow who served coffee after the meeting and asked him about his brother by name. She had learned it from a neighbor who had learned it from a cousin. The center knows its people. The former addict began staying for the passé, the quiet laying on of hands that he cannot explain without embarrassment, and for the study on patience which felt like an insult until it felt like medicine. He still does not care about theories of return. He cares that for the first time in years, he is reliable. The conversation between Spiritism and Urantia is most beautiful when it moves from mechanism to fruit. If a belief in return makes a person kinder, it is doing its work. If a belief in ascent makes a person kinder, it is doing its work. Brazil's bridge invites us to ask one relentless question. Does what you hold increase your capacity to serve without condescension? If yes, build with it. If not, revise your reading. The country's genius is not the ability to synthesize every system. It is the ability to make systems feed neighbors. Even the language of spiritual influence, which can frighten modern ears, is handled with a kind of pastoral pragmatism in Brazilian centers. Obsesso, the entanglement of minds, becomes less a theater of exorcism and more a craft of attention. People are taught to cultivate daily hygiene for thought the way one cultivates hygiene for hands. Read something clean, pray something honest, avoid the resentments that open windows you will not like to leave open. When someone is fragile, they are accompanied, not shamed. When someone is arrogant, they are accompanied, not flattered. The aim is to make the house, literal and interior, less hospitable to the moods that devour peace. Urantia's map of seraphic ministry overlays here with minimal friction, where Spiritism imagines benefactors who escort and advise. Urantia describes guardians who coordinate circumstances to make repair more likely. Both refuse superstition. Neither indulges the fantasy that one can be rescued from the necessity of choosing. In both, the noblest picture of help is not intervention but education. The angel or mentor who guides a person to do the repair themselves so that the repair will last. There are delicate places where the conversation must slow down. Some Spiritists insist that suffering in this life is often the harvest of past choices. Some hear that as blame. Brazil's best teachers are careful. They know that such logic can be wielded cruelly against the poor, the disabled, the abused. They remember that Jesus' own answer to the problem, who sinned that this man was born blind, was to redirect attention to the possibility of glory, which looks like healing, solidarity, and work. Urantia helps here by insisting that consequences teach without condemning the person, and by reminding us that a universe devoted to growth will not permit any label to have the last word. Sometimes the bridge is simply a song. In a small town in Paraíba, a group meets to sing at hospital beds on Sunday afternoons. The repertoire is half Spiritism, half hymn from a neighboring church, and one or two songs that are not hymns at all, but lullabies the singers learn from their mothers. A nurse says that, on Sundays, the wing needs less sedative. In one room, there is a copy of Nosso on a bedside table, and, beside it, a worn paperback of an English-language book about the mansion worlds. No one argues the difference. The patient likes both pictures and wants to be shown a universe where she will not be discarded. The singers are happy to be her bridge. Brazil is full of such bridges, some as formal as federations of study, some as simple as a neighbor who notices a neighbor. The culture's suffering, poverty, inequality, bureaucratic hardness has trained a nose for what is real in spiritual talk. A sermon that does not end in soup is suspect. A meeting that does not end in a plan to visit a house where someone is sick is suspect. A doctrine that does not end in a softer voice at bedtime is suspect. Spiritism's best pages and Urantia's best pages are safe under these measurements. They both insist on usefulness as the proof of vision. And so we hold the divergences without panic. If returns to this earth are part of the curriculum, charity will still be the method. If ascent through morontia worlds is the curriculum, charity will still be the method. The soul that feeds the hungry will not be embarrassed by the mechanism it preferred when it wakes to the wider light. The presence that indwells will not scold a person for having guessed the wrong route while walking in the right direction. The country that built bridges will keep building them because its people have discovered the only architecture that survives, the architecture of care. We could end this chapter with a debate. Brazil would end it with a story. A boy who used to fight at school is assigned to sweep a courtyard after class. An elder at the center shows him how to hold the broom so that his back will not ache. They sweep in silence for a while. Then the elder tells how he once fought more than the boy and how a letter from a dead brother, whether from the brother or from love itself, made him prefer to keep his hands open. The boy does not argue metaphysics. He watches how the broom gathers dust and leaves a place where feet can pass without slipping. He decides to come back tomorrow. And what about cases that seem to remember other lives? Chapter 7. Science looks at the mystery. The word case sounds cold until you meet one. On paper, it is a file, a code, a cluster of variables. In a room, it is a child asking for a mother who does not live in this city, pointing to a map the family does not own. When people say science looks at the mystery, it is this move they mean, the shift from awe to method, from story to protocol, without losing the tenderness that first drew us near. If there is continuity of consciousness, let leave a measurable wake. If there is only imagination, let us honor how powerful imagination is. Either way, we owe the truth our best instruments and our cleanest hands. The most persistent wake for decades has been the trail of children who speak of other lives with a specificity that embarrasses adults. Ian Stevenson began collecting such reports in the mid-20th century the way a botanist collects specimens, carefully, patiently, with attention to environment. The details repeat with modest variation. A boy, usually between 2 and 6, begins to narrate a former home, a trade, a spouse's name, the route to a river, the color of front door. He may show an unusual phobia of water, of loud machines, of a certain vehicle. He may show behaviors out of keeping with his family. A food preference no one else shares, a language fragment or accent that makes no immediate sense, a posture at work that belongs to a trade he has never seen. Stevenson's method was simple in concept and demanding in practice. Record the child statements as early and as verbatim as possible. Prevent outside contamination by keeping families from visiting claimed locations until after documentation. Seek out matching facts in the world. Look for birthmarks or defects that correspond to reported wounds. Compare the rate of such markers against baseline expectations. He did much of this work in cultures where rebirth is a default assumption. Critics point this out. He was not blind to the issue. He looked, too, in places where such talk is frowned upon. The aim was not numbers for their own sake, but patterns you could test tomorrow. Sometimes the patterns tightened, and the room went quiet. A child in India names a town 2 states away, insists on being driven there, directs a car through winding lanes to a courtyard, calls a woman by a nickname, and describes a night of fever that ended with flames. The scar on his chest mirrors an entry wound. The birthmark on his back mirrors an exit wound in the autopsy of the person he claims to have been. The researchers note interview dates, corroborating witnesses, timing. They ask the boring questions that keep romance honest. Who spoke to whom first? How common is this name here? How many courtyards have this layout? When the facts stand, they stand without flourish. Jim Tucker, taking up the work in the United States, found that the mystery does not require incense to appear. American children, usually in the same young window of speech, say "my other mommy" with an ease that frightens and consoles. They correct the lyrics of a 1930s song nobody in the house has streamed. They describe dying in a plane over water. They ask for tools of a craft that no one in the family practices. Some cases converge on traceable people. Some remain only suggestive. In both, the method is the same: document, verify, control for leakage, entertain alternate hypotheses without sneer. Not all stories are strong. Some fade with time and look, in retrospect, like the mind's attempt to clothe a feeling in a narrative it borrowed from the culture. Some are contaminated by overeager adults, and the contamination leaves fingerprints. Leading questions, coaching, cameras always on, a child rewarded for performance. Serious field workers learn to withdraw, to let memory arise spontaneously or not at all, to end a session when a child becomes anxious, to decline media exposure that would turn a family into a stage. The best protocols are pastoral as much as scientific. They protect the vulnerable from our appetite for marvels. Birthmarks and defects stand out because they're stubborn. A boy is born without fingers on a particular hand. He later speaks of a machine accident with enough detail to find a report that lists an injury on that side. A girl has 2 pale rings on her neck. She later whispers of a rope she does not want to name. These matches are not proofs, and they admit of natural explanations. Embryological events leave marks for many reasons. But taken in aggregate, with dates and interviews intact, they sit like stones on a table we cannot easily sweep clean. The right stance is not credulity, it is patience. The impulse to explain everything quickly is as unscientific as the impulse to canonize every story we like. While children speak of places, the near-death literature speaks of horizons. Bruce Grayson, a psychiatrist, built a scale not to trap mystery, but to sort it. Features that appear and reappear across thousands of narratives. A sense of leaving the body. An encounter with a light experienced as personal and wise, a panoramic review of one's life in which the moral weight of even small acts becomes unmistakable, a realm of clarity and connection, and often a boundary not to be crossed. People return less afraid of death and more concerned with kindness. They rearrange their lives around what now seems obvious and urgent. Pim van Lommel's prospective work in cardiac wards tried to catch such reports in a net that skeptics could respect. Patients who had no heartbeat long enough to frighten staff were interviewed soon after resuscitation. Reports were compared with medical records. One aim was to reduce the fog of memory that retrospective interviews invite. Another was to see whether factors like oxygen levels, medications, or other clinical variables predicted depth of experience. The results challenged tidy reductions. The model that consciousness is only brain secretions had to make room for moments when the organ was offline, and yet something happened that bore the marks of learning. Peter Fenwick, neurologist and hospice doctor, listened to the margins where science and pastoral care overlap. Deathbed visions, dreams of the dying, the uncanny calm that sometimes settles in a room before departure. He did not romanticize, he documented. Nurses noticed people speaking to unseen visitors with relief, not agitation. Families noticed a coherence in the imagery, gardens, doors, past beloved faces that did not feel like delirium. Fenwick argued not that such visions prove an afterlife, but that they deserve respect as a dimension of dying that changes how we care for the dying. Reverence, not rhetoric, is the point. Then there are the veridical perception claims that make almost everyone uneasy because they graze the physical world. A person reports floating near the ceiling and seeing a shoe on a high ledge. A nurse later retrieves a dusty shoe from where no patient could have seen it. A person reports a conversation in a hall and repeats it later with correct details. Even if only a fraction of such claims survive clean scrutiny, they sit there like nails in a plank, small, ordinary, hard to dismiss when you have them under your fingers. It is important to keep the cautions close. Memory is reconstructive. It edits for coherence. It fills gaps with familiar tropes. It borrows from movies. We are suggestible. especially when we are young or frightened or eager to please an authority. Culture hands us scripts that we mistake for experience. In a region where rebirth is expected, a child who says, "I lived before," may be rehearsing a shared story. In a region where it is taboo, a child may go silent, and we may never hear anything that would have been said. Media attention warps families. Economic incentives warp testimony. Any honest survey has to budget for these distortions and build designs that blunt them. Alternate hypotheses deserve their day in court. Cryptomnesia, the return of forgotten material we think we are inventing, can explain some skills and some oddly specific statements. Confabulation, the brain's honest attempt to stitch holes in recall, can make a narrative feel true to the teller when it is a patchwork. Fantasy proneness and dissociation complicate the picture. Some children are liars with good hearts who have learned that a story will keep adults close. Neurology does not sit outside this. Anoxia, drugs, magnetic fields, temporal lobe mischief, they all produce effects that rhyme with near-death features. Science is obligated to rule in the best natural explanation wherever it works, and to say insufficient data wherever it does not. Then there are hypotheses that are natural only in a larger sense. Psi, telepathy, clairvoyance, information transfer through routes we do not yet map, has been proposed to account for veridical details without invoking survival. A child might read a living person's memory of a deceased relative. A dying person might pick up ambient information in a heightened state. Such proposals will not please everyone, but they are part of an honest landscape. They say, before we insist the traveler cross the river, check whether he simply learned to hear across it. One reason the debate rarely ends is that both camps insist on single-cause simplicity for a phenomenon that may well be plural. Some child cases may be ordinary memory adorned by adult enthusiasm. Some may be telepathy. Some may be survival. Some near-death reports may be brain phenomena. Some may be threshold phenomena that spill into a wider field. The proper posture is not to pick one and denounce the rest. It is to create categories subtle enough to catch a complex world and to let each case be itself. Method helps. Perspective designs catch memories before families are famous. Blinding interviewers blunts the urge to lead. Multiple independent verifications of claimed facts cut the vines of error. Baseline data about the prevalence of specific details in a culture make hits less likely to be the product of chance. Registries that collect reports before any media involvement give quieter cases a chance to speak. Follow UPS years later tell us whether initial intensity predicts lasting change or whether some experiences, like dreams, evaporate under daylight. Ethics helps more. We do not badger children for a show. We do not brand them with identities they did not ask for. We do not let a case swallow a childhood. We protect privacy even from our curiosity. We counsel parents to regard claims as content to be cared for, not evidence to be performed. We advise therapists to privilege the child's current functioning over any metaphysical project. If something of value is present in these stories, it is more likely to survive under kindness than under scrutiny that feels like interrogation. There is also the question of fruit. Near-death returners often report that the moral gist of their review was not, "You broke rules," but "You failed to love here and learn to love there." The after effect, most often measured, is pro-social behavior. People change jobs to be more useful. They become less afraid of admitting fault. They stop hoarding and start giving. They laugh more easily and cry more quickly in the presence of suffering. None of this demonstrates metaphysics. It demonstrates that certain experiences, however we finally explain them, reliably reorder a human life around care. This is where our project meets the lab without betraying the chapel. We can ask empirical questions about moral change. We can compare groups, those with deep near-death features, those with shallow features, those with none. We can look for dose dependence. Does a higher score on a standardized scale predict more consistent generosity 2 years later? We can track brain changes. Does meditation before cardiac arrest predict different reports after resuscitation? We can test whether education about symbolic understanding reduces anxiety in the newly bereaved. The work does not require that we settle the ultimate questions to do something useful now. Skeptics, at their best, keep the community from embarrassing itself. They remind us that stories grow in the telling. They warn us about confirmation bias, publication bias, and the soft fraud that creeps in when an investigator wants too much to be right. Believers, at their best, keep the community from shrinking. They remind us that our instruments are young. They insist that experience has standing even when it crosses existing models. Between the two, a healthy science stays playful and exacting at once. I have sat with physicians who are done with the pro and con and only want to know how to be kinder at the bedside. They do not need cosmic diagrams. They need practices. One keeps a small notebook of the last words patients say, not to publish, but to train attention. Another makes it a rule to ask a frightened family what story of continuance they carry and to treat that story with the same respect she gives to a medication schedule. A third keeps a tattered page on the wall. No humiliation in this room. The page is for staff as much as for patients. It changes the tone of everything. There are also failures. Cases that looked beautiful collapse under new information. Memories turn out to have been borrowed from a movie watched at a cousin's house. A famous story is retold so many times that contradictory details are smoothed until only a parable remains. These disappointments are painful, but not fatal. They prune. They make the next season's fruit stronger. If a field cannot endure disconfirmation, it is not a field, it is a cult. The point is not to defend a conclusion. The point is to keep asking better questions in cleaner ways for the sake of the living who are helped whenever reality is told accurately. If we step back and squint, another pattern appears under the debate. The cases that move us most have a texture of meaning, even when their mechanisms are obscure. A child's insistence on apologizing to a stranger who later turns out to be connected to the claimed former life. A dying person's choice to stay until a certain son arrives from an airport. The way small symbolic details, keys, doors, shoes, light, repeat like refrains across unconnected narratives. We can chalk this up to the architecture of the mind, which loves symbols the way a bird loves air. Or we can allow that reality itself might be symbolic at depth. If reality is symbolic at depth, the imaginal is not fantasy. It is a mode of knowledge. We do not have to settle this now, but it helps to name the possibility because it reframes alternate hypotheses. What looks like confabulation may be the mind grasping for images that fit the shape of an event it cannot otherwise carry. What looks like telepathy may be ordinary in a universe where minds share a field the way lamps share current. What looks like survival may be survival, or it may be a sharing of pattern between lives that the current century is not equipped to measure. The work ahead is humble and patient. It will involve more registries, better blinding, collaboration between clinicians and field workers, statisticians and storytellers. It will involve learning to say we don't know in a tone that does not belittle anyone's grief. It will involve clergy willing to learn from labs and labs willing to learn from chaplains. It will involve guarding children from our projects and guarding elders from our fear. If the soul continues, it will not refuse to be found by a method that proceeds with love. If it does not, love will not have been wasted. We began by saying that case is a cold word until you meet one. Perhaps evidence is a cold word until you see what it does in a family, trying to make sense of the inexplicable. A credible interview that rules out contamination helps a mother relax into the fact that her child's strange speech will likely pass. A thoughtful explanation of an end-of-life vision helps a son release the terror that his father's mind was broken. It lets him sit and hold a hand and hum the song that kept surfacing in his father's last days. The method serves mercy when mercy is the point of the method. If there's a single sentence that many returners from the edge bring back, it is that love is the only wealth that crosses thresholds intact. That sentence can be tested in a laboratory too, though not with circuits. Watch how people change when they believe it. Do they become credulous? Some do. Do they become useful? Many do. Do they become gentle without becoming vague? Often, yes. If belief in continuity does not make us gentle and exacting in equal measure, we have learned the wrong lesson from the right stories. So we will keep collecting and testing and revising and sitting quietly when revision requires humility. We will let the best cases be strong and the weak cases fade. We will ask not only whether these phenomena occur, but what kind of people they make when they are believed or disbelieved. We will let the data keep their proper place and let compassion keep its throne. We will not confuse reluctance to be fooled with the duty to be unkind. We will become the sort of community in which the truth, whatever it is, would feel safe to land. Perhaps the soul speaks in symbols, and the unconscious knows the tongue. Chapter 8. Jung, Hillman, and the Acorn. Some arrivals do not knock. They appear as a sentence in a dream, as a melody you cannot place, as the strange ease of a tool in your hand the first time you touch it. Long before we can name it, the life we are meant to live leaves fingerprints, recurring images, improbable coincidences, a taste for certain tasks that feels older than this season. Psychology has words for these whispers. Jung called them archetypes moving in the deep. Hillman called them the daimon guarding the seed. The language differs. The gesture is the same. Something within tries to lead us toward a form that fits our nature, not as a cage, but as a promise. Jung learned to listen to images the way a botanist listens to weather. He found that the psyche speaks first in pictures: river, house, stair, animal, child, and that these pictures are not decorations but organs of meaning. An image does not illustrate a thought. It is a thought in its first, most living form. Dream work is the art of handling these warm-blooded meanings without killing them with explanation. We do not interrogate a dream like a suspect. We sit with it like a guest. We follow its metaphors until they set us at a door we did not know belonged to us. Archetypes in Jung's lexicon are patterns that predate any one biography. Mother, father, hero, trickster, shadow, wise one, child, and encompassing all the self. They are not stereotypes. They are relational templates and energies, ancient ways of moving through crisis, old music that each culture arranges differently. When an archetype constellates, events gather around it with a peculiar gravity. We meet mentors, rivals, helpers, thresholds, and the story of the moment begins to look like it was sketched long ago. The point is not fatalism, it is recognition. When we know which pattern is at play, we stop misreading our lives as random theater and begin to take up the task that the pattern requires. There is also the shadow, the unchosen self, the traits we disown to keep our place in the village. We exile our rage, and it returns as a dream of a house with a locked basement. We exile our tenderness, and it returns as contempt for the tender. Shadow work is necessary because vocation will always require energy we keep in exile. The daimon wants our full range. It will not be satisfied with a cultivated fraction. The pieces we push away do not disappear. They wait in the dark, asking to be carried into the light as strength rather than as sabotage. Jung's word for the long journey toward integrity was individuation, not isolation, but the maturation of a distinct, serviceable self that can enter communion without dissolving. The self, capital S, is the regulating center of this process, a kind of inner compass that knows our true north and sends us dreams and coincidences when we wander. The ego is not abolished in this work. It is decentered and put to work. It becomes a steward of meaning rather than a tyrant guarding territory. Synchronicity, Jung's scandalous term, names those moments when inner and outer line up with such precision that chance feels insufficient as an explanation. You think of a friend you have not called in a year. The phone rings. You're studying the theme of courage. A stranger on a train opens a book, and there is on the page before you the exact image you needed. You wonder whether to accept a position. A red-tailed hawk lands on a fence as you read a line about hawks in a poem that has not mentioned birds in 50 stanzas. Skeptics shrug. Jung did not demand that anyone worship these events. He asked only that we notice how often they cluster when we are near the next honest step of a life, and how their emotional tone differs from superstition. They do not flatter, they steady. They do not inflate, they orient. James Hillman took up the thread where Jung left it and wove a garment that fits many who distrust both dogma and nihilism. In the Soul's Code, he proposed an old idea in a new voice, the acorn theory. As an acorn carries the oak in miniature, so a child carries a particular calling, an image or genius that seeks to unfold through character and circumstance. This image is not a list of achievements. It is a style of presence, a way of caring for reality that wants to become visible. The job of parents and teachers is not to install a life from the outside, but to recognize and protect the life that is trying to emerge from within. Hillman borrowed the Greek word daimon for the inner companion that keeps the acorn company, not a demon in the later moralized sense. The daimon is a guardian of form, an advocate of your peculiar necessity. It will not be bribed by success or silenced by praise. It speaks in enthusiasms and aversions, in the stubborn refusal to fit a role that would betray the seed, in the sudden tears you cannot explain when you witness a craft done rightly. Its ethics is fidelity to form. Become what you are. Its cosmology is relational. The acorn needs a world, mentors, enemies, apprenticeships, griefs, disciplines. Fate, in Hillman's reading, is not a jailer. It is the choreography of encounters required for the seed to take its shape. We all know the acorn's fingerprints, though we may have forgotten their meaning. A child who takes apart radios without fear is not merely destructive. She is courting electricity with the seriousness of an early love. A boy who rearranges chairs before anyone arrives is not just fussy. He is practicing hospitality, the architecture of welcome. A teenager who cannot stop sketching hands is not avoiding homework. He is studying the instrument of work and touch. Not every obsession is a sign, but where joy and aptitude and an unreasonable patience meet, the daimon is often near. Hillman is careful. The acorn does not excuse harm. It does not sanctify entitlement. That's just how I am is not the daimon's voice. It is the ego's laziness. The daimon asks for craft. Hours spent learning the weight of the tool, months spent killing the noise so that the signal can be heard, years spent refining judgment so that enthusiasm becomes usefulness. The acorn is no guarantee of happiness. It is a guarantee of unrest until we consent. When we refuse too long, the daimon can turn against us, not out of malice, but out of necessity. What is not lived leaks as symptom. Symptoms, in this light, are not merely enemies. They are messengers. Burnout, for instance, may be the daimon strike when we prostitute our gift to an institution that will never love it. Anxiety may be the daimon ringing an alarm bell when we accept a life that is too small. Depression may be a winter of the soul in which energy withdraws from counterfeit projects so that it can be stored for the real one. This reading should not replace medical care or trivialize suffering. It offers, instead, an additional layer of sense. The respect that assumes our distress may also be our vocation, insisting that it deserves better conditions. Placed beside Jung, Hillman's emphasis on the image clarifies a psychology of calling that is neither rigidly essentialist nor blankly constructivist. You're not infinitely malleable. You're not mechanically determined. You're a conversation between seed and soil, image and world, acorn and weather. The archetypes provide the old patterns of drama. The daimon chooses the stage where your version of the drama can play without plagiarism. Synchronicity ushers actors on stage at the right moment. The self holds the script that cannot be written out in advance because it depends on your consent line by line. Some will ask whether this signature of purpose is a prenatal remembrance. Hillman enjoyed the question and kept it where it belongs, close and unanswered. The acorn feels older than our biography. Its preferences precede any social reward. The child who loves a craft does so before a grade ever arrives. The daimon's taste for a particular difficulty, the surgeon's taste for precision, the mediator's taste for tense rooms, the teacher's taste for seeing a light go on behind the eyes, does not feel like a market choice. It feels like recognition. One can call it genetic predisposition, family modeling, culture, all are surely involved. But there is a remainder, a tone of inevitability without coercion. Call that tone remembrance. In traditions that speak of lives across lives, the acorn looks like a bridge between chapters. A gift begun earlier returns as an affinity. A failure becomes a task we cannot ignore without losing peace. In a universe of ascent without terrestrial returns, the acorn looks like the signature we carry from world to world. The note our soul is learning to sing with increasing clarity. Urantia's thought adjuster, in this company, is not at odds with the daimon. Where Hillman speaks of the inner advocate of form, Urantia speaks of an indwelling presence inviting us into union. Both insist on consent. Both communicate in a language of images and urgencies. Both aim at a person who is distinct enough to love and transparent enough to let love move through without distortion. There are tests that keep this romance honest. First, humility. A calling that makes you feel superior to people is counterfeit. The daimon hates pride because pride refuses correction and isolation stars vocation. Second, usefulness. A calling that never serves anyone beyond your reflection is a hobby, not a vocation. The daimon wants to feed the world in a specific way. If the world is not being fed, something in your practice is off. Third, durability. A calling sustains attention across years. Infatuations burn bright and leave ash. The daimon prefers coals that cook slowly. Practice turns metaphysics into bread. Sit with recurring images. The staircase, the workshop, the coastline, the quiet room with a single lamp. Write them down without translation. Draw them badly. Let them gather. Track coincidences for 90 days without telling anyone. Numbers that repeat, names that recur, animals that appear when certain questions are on your desk. Keep the records, not to build a shrine, but to notice the choreography of the next right step. Ask the 3 good questions. What did I love doing before anyone paid me? What did I stop doing to be accepted? What work makes me kinder? Then, apprenticeship. Find people who carry an older version of your signature and ask to help without being seen. Learn how they order a day. Learn the smell of their craft. Clean their tools. The daimon respects humility expressed as care for instruments. When given a choice between an impressive room and a workshop, choose the workshop. Give yourself boring repetitions. Boredom is often the ego sulking, while the daimon strengthens your hands. Synchronicity becomes more frequent when we're near the line of our calling, not because the universe becomes a vending machine, but because the psyche becomes permeable in the right places. We notice what we need. We ask the right questions of the right strangers. We experience the moral luck of being present when a door opens because we have stopped loitering in the hallway of someone else's assignment. Coincidence is not a command. It is a courtesy. Over here, it says. Try here. The shadow, again, must be folded in. The daimon will recruit even the qualities you dislike. The medicine is not to become perfect, but to become honest. The fierce woman learns to keep her ferocity for the lion at the gate, not the child in the kitchen. The soft man learns that softness without backbone is not kindness, it is negligence. The liar, repentant, becomes a guardian of truth with a nose for falsehood, because he knows how lies are built and where they hide in a conversation. In this way, failure furnishes your vocation with tools. One day you will be tempted to explain your life as if you had planned any of it. Resist the temptation. The better story is that you are courted by images and taken by the hand by coincidences and midwifed by a presence that did not need a name to be faithful. The better story is that your pride made messes that later became your instruments. The better story is that you were helped by people who were not impressed by you and loved you anyway. The better story keeps you teachable, and the better story is generous with other signatures. A child who will never read sheet music may carry the acorn of a cook. A man who cannot speak in public may carry the acorn of a restorer of old houses. A woman who dreads meetings may carry the acorn of a healer in rooms where 2 or 3 gather. Vocation is ordinary. It grows where it is watered. It does not require brand or platform. It requires patience, a tolerance for being misunderstood, and the discipline to keep walking in the same direction with small corrections. For some, the daimon appears as a companion you can almost see at the edge of sleep. For others, it is a pressure center in the chest that loosens when you have told the truth and tightens when you have performed. For a few, it is a sentence heard once in a voice that is not yours and that returns like a bell at crucial hours. We do not need to settle the ontology to respect the guidance. When the pressure eases after a choice, when the air clears after a conversation, when sleep arrives without argument after a day of work, that is often the daimon's yes. There is one more caution. Destiny talk can make us deaf to the needs of those around us. Vocation is not a right. It is a responsibility. If your acorn asks the world for space, give the world something back that makes the space worth it. Do not demand the quiet you have not earned by usefulness. Do not despise the small service that keeps a house running while you pursue the glamorous task. Often, the daimon hides in the dishwater and rewards the one who washes without complaint. When life becomes confusing again, and it will, return to the images. Return to the workshop. Return to the friends who are not impressed by your stories, but care about your character. Return to the simplest disciplines: breath, attention, apology, repair. The acorn grows by weather, not by drama. It becomes sturdy in the wind. It becomes itself by leaning a little and then correcting a little. This is how oaks are trained. This is how a person becomes a shelter. If you have suspected that the thing you are meant to do is the thing that makes you kinder when you do it, trust the suspicion. If you have suspected that the door marked love will be smaller and heavier than the doors marked fame, or safety. Trust that too. If you have suspected that the universe is sympathetic to honest work, you will find allies you did not know how to ask for. Some will have skin and names. Some will be the kind of help that arrives as timing. Both count. We came here from research and will return to research soon enough. But this chapter asked for an intimacy we cannot get from charts. It asked us to sit by the lamp with images and to let them question us. It asked us to try on the thought that purpose might be not an invention but a recognition, not a brand but a remembrance. If the idea is false, living as if it were true will still make us more attentive and more useful. If the idea is true, living as if it were true will let a particular light pass through us with less distortion. What if memories are echoes of birth and of births? Chapter 9. Trauma, Memory, and Regression. It is a delicate thing to ask the mind what it remembers and what it makes. We want the truth, yes, but we also want the kind of truth that heals. Between those wants lies a field of care where images rise like steam from warm ground. Some of those images carry the weight of events. Some carry the weight of meanings that ask to be honored as if they were events. If the soul continues, and even if it does not, the psyche keeps a ledger of unfinished experience. It finds ways to bring old heat into new rooms so that it can be worked with at last. Stanislav Grof gave the heat a map. Listening to thousands of people in non-ordinary states, he noticed how often their difficulties pattern themselves around birth. The body remembers beginnings with more detail than we suppose. He spoke of 4 basic perinatal matrices, not as dogma, but as a lens, the amniotic universe where the waters are kind and the world is wide. The no-exit phase where contractions begin and the way out is closed. The death-rebirth struggle where the passage opens and pressure turns into movement. The release in a light where the body fills with air and the story of endurance finds relief. In the first matrix, there is oceanic ease. The person later may ache for lost oneness and seek it in ways that don't quite work. Overconsumption, fusion in love, a refusal to separate from what is warm. In the second, there is pressure without progress. Later, one may know the paralysis of dread, the sense that every effort collapses into the same wall. In the third, fire and danger arrive together. Later, one may be drawn to risk and rage, to the glamour of conflict as a way to feel alive. In the fourth, there is the joy of air, the relief of sound, the world seen for the first time from a body that has learned it can survive. The later life may carry a trust in dawn after nights that would have broken others. None of this proves that memory is a camera. Grof did not ask us to treat the matrices as literal film. He asked us to notice how often the body's oldest lessons form the scaffolding of later stories. If a person flinches at closed spaces and then dreams night after night of tunnels, the body may be narrating its first escape. If a person cannot rest unless they are held, the body may be asking for a second chance at the first holding. We honor these patterns best when we treat them as invitations to craft new experiences that answer old needs. Warmth where there was cold, breath where there was pressure, safe touch where there was absence. Regression sits nearby, a practice more controversial, a tool that can wound in the wrong hands and bless in the right. The setup is simple. Soften the senses, slow the breath. Let the mind drift along an image and report what appears. Sometimes the scenes look like childhood. Sometimes they look like cities no one in the room has visited. Sometimes they look like centuries that do not belong to the present. Brian Weiss told such a story. How a patient's terror eased when a narrative arose that framed her symptoms as the echo of a life that ended in water. Michael Newton listened to clients who spoke of classrooms between lives, councils of elders, and friendships that seemed to outlast any one birth. We can respect these reports without making them into law. The mind is a consummate storyteller. In the presence of attention and care, it will supply what it needs to organize pain. That does not make the story false. It makes it functional. The ethical question to hold is simple and severe. Does this narrative help this person love and live more wisely now without creating new harms? If yes, it is medicine. If no, it is theater. Good practitioners stay phenomenological. They attend to what appears without smuggling their metaphysics into the room. Memory itself asks for humility. Bartlett told us a century ago that recall is reconstructive. The mind rebuilds in the present what it believes must have been true, using the bricks at hand. Suggestibility is real. Leading questions leave grooves as deep as any footprint. False memory is not a moral failure. It is a feature of how brains live with gaps. This is why clinical ethics requires non-leading prompts, slow pacing, and consent that is informed not only in signature, but in spirit. It is why practitioners screen for conditions that complicate suggestion, psychosis, severe dissociation, acute trauma, because in such states images can flood and drown instead of guide and heal. Here is a gentler rule. We do not make a diagnosis out of a metaphor. If a person sees a rope in the mind's eye and says they feel a tightening in the throat, we can work there without deciding a rope was ever present in history. We can ask what loosening would feel like. We can slow the breath and test whether the body believes it is safe to inhale. We can place a warm cloth on the neck and speak to the tissues as if they could hear. We do not need to certify the past to free the present. Healing loves form, and ritual provides it. Many therapies that help do so by restoring sequence to what was non sequitur. A beginning, a middle, an end where before there had only been a chaos that would not close. EMDR moves the eyes while the mind follows the thread. Old scenes become less electric. Somatic practices invite the body to finish movements it interrupted in fear. Simple ceremonies, writing a letter we will not send, burying a stone after naming what it stands for, washing the hands while speaking aloud a promise to stop striking with them. Give a nervous system a way to believe that the world has changed because the world has been changed. In this light, placebo is not a trick. It is the meaning response. A pill's shape, a room's lighting, a voice's steadiness, and the trust we place in a guide. All of these are active ingredients because human beings are meaning-making animals. A placebo that helps is not deceit. It is the harnessing of expectancy and relationship to recruit the body's own pharmacy. The cleanest way to use this power is not to lie, but to design contexts in which truth and care are so thick that the organism relaxes into repair. Groff's later work with breath explores this without chemicals. Hyperventilation in a contained setting can alter perception, surface images, and release old charge. Music and skilled facilitation turn the room into a vessel. The method is not for everyone. Screening and titration matter. Integration afterward matters more. The point is not to chase ecstasy. It is to let the body reveal what it has been carrying so that it can be carried with help. Those who emerge with tears that do not sting and a deeper quiet in the chest do not need convincing that something real was accomplished. Weiss's and Newton's offices, like Groff's rooms, remind us that setting is medicine. Safety lets the mind take risks. A pact between guide and traveler. No humiliation, no force, no headlines. Invites material to arise that would otherwise stay a century underground. We do not promise to remember. We promise to attend. And attendance, over time, lets the past loosen its grip on the present, whether the past is biographical, perinatal, or imaginal. Imaginal is a word worth rescuing from the box labeled pretend. Henry Corbin meant something precise by it. a mode of reality in which images are not less real. They're the idiom of meaning. In imaginal work, a person meets a figure at a door, and the figure says exactly what needed saying. Was it only the imagination? The results tell. If the person now tells the truth to their spouse without cruelty and returns a key they had kept as collateral against the world, something has been consecrated. We can keep our metaphysical caution and still bow to the power of a well-met image. Clinical ethics circles back with hard edges. Informed consent includes the possibility of distress and a plan for aftercare. The practitioner is clear about credentials and limits, avoids mixing roles, and does not monetize dependence. Records are kept with the privacy one would reserve for a child's diary. No one is ever told who they were in another life. If a face appears, it appears in the client's own time and is handled like a hot glass, held where it can cool without breaking the hand that holds it. When historical claims arise, they're not taken public. The point is not to feed an audience, but to free a person. There's a place in many of us where perinatal images and past life images rhyme. The tunnel that frightened a child can resemble the tunnel one later dreams when facing a constriction at work. The sense of drowning felt in a pool can resemble the drowning a client names from a century when the sea took many unrecorded names. Whether the rhyme points to literal continuity or to the mind's genius for metaphor, the intervention is often the same. Teach breath, teach pacing, teach the difference between sensation and story. Teach the nervous system that the present is not the past. Give the body an exit where it once learned there was none. In families, ritual stitches the private back to the communal. A parent who cannot shake panic around their infant can be helped by acknowledging that holding a new life is also holding one's own beginning. A small rite, lighting a candle, speaking gratitude to the lungs of both, naming aloud the safety of a room, teaches the body to stop bracing. A teenager who has nightmares of falling water may sleep more easily after visiting a river with a trusted adult and offering a handful of flowers. Speaking to the water as if it could hear, it can. Meaning calms matter when matter trusts the context. Even the most lyrical of theories must stand under the lamp of prudence. Recovered memories of abuse belong in the hands of clinicians trained in trauma-informed care, with awareness of the risks of suggestion and of the legal consequences of accusation. Responsible practitioners distinguish between the healing power of saying, "Something bad happened to me," and the danger of naming a specific person without corroboration. The aim is safety, not spectacle, repair, not retribution. Where crime is clear, justice is pursued. Where it is not, the work remains what it always is, to protect the vulnerable in the present and to build a life that is wider than the wound. When regression is undertaken, it is framed not as a test, but as a meditation. The traveler is told 3 things at the door. You may see, you may not. Either way, your worth is unchanged. The guide asks open questions. What do you notice? What happens next? And never whispers a plot. The body's signals set the pace. If breath shortens, the image is paused. If dissociation widens, the room returns to the here and now. The chair, the window, the name of the month, the temperature of the tea. The session ends with grounding, food, and plans for ordinary kindness in the week ahead. The extraordinary can wait. We return, then, to the reason any of this matters. A person who believed they were broken beyond repair breathes for the first time without flinching, not because they saw a spectacular scene, but because they were treated with a steadiness that let their own courage rise. A parent who could not love a child without panic learns to stay, not because someone proved a doctrine, but because a ritual gave their nervous system a second chance at the first hour of life. A stubborn grief loosens because a figure in an imaginal doorway said, "You can forgive and still keep your promise to yourself." The line between memory and meaning blurs just enough to let healing through. If continuity is true, perhaps these practices are how the soul drafts amendments to old chapters. If continuity is not true, perhaps these practices are how the soul learns to live in one chapter as if it mattered, which is rescue enough. In both readings, the ethic is the same. Do not humiliate, do not rush, do not turn a person's pain into your proof. Make a room where breath is safe and images can find words, and then watch what people become when their stories are handled with reverence. Empirical minds will continue to test. They will measure cortisol before and after sessions, track symptom change across months, compare modalities, ask whether the content of a regression predicts outcomes or whether it is the quality of alliance that does the work. Good. Let the numbers speak where numbers know how. Those of us who accompany will continue to hold the lamp where lamps help and to close the door where doors protect. Not every scene wants an audience. Not every image wants a microphone. The sacred does not refuse scrutiny. It refuses spectacle. In time, a person who has done this work will look back and see that the images, the breath, the rituals, the runes, and the relationships all converged on a single aim: to return agency to a body that had learned to brace, to return dignity to a mind that had been told it was lying, to return wonder to a spirit that had been told to stop asking. Whether we name the source of the help as grace, the unconscious, the adjuster, the daimon, or the human capacity for repair, the gratitude feels the same. There is an in-between where form and meaning meet. Chapter 10, The Imaginal World. There is a door between worlds that is not a fantasy and not a door in wood. It opens whenever an image arrives with more authority than a thought, whenever a symbol behaves like weather, whenever a dream reorganizes a day. Henry Corbin called the place beyond that door the mundus imaginalis, the imaginal world, not to flatter imagination, but to rescue it from the insult of imaginary. The imaginal is not what we make up. It is what makes us up when we consent. It is a region of being, intermediate between dense matter and pure spirit, where forms have subtle body and meanings have shape, where vision is a mode of knowing and symbols are events. To understand why Corbin made this distinction, sit for a moment with the word imaginary. In common speech, it means not real, a placeholder for the frivolous and the false. But in the lineage Corbin loved, the line of sages whose maps pass through Persia, the imagination is neither childish nor optional. It is an organ of perception, as lawful in its field as the eye is in light and the ear is in sound. Just as your senses deliver a world of colors and tones, the imaginal organ delivers a world of presences and meanings. The mundus imaginalis is the world proportionate to that organ, accessible when we learn the posture required, reverent attention without credulity, availability without surrender of judgment. Shurawardi, the master of illumination, spoke of a world of suspended forms, Suwarmulaka, images not lodged in matter, yet not dissolved into abstract idea. He rebuilt cosmology as a hierarchy of lights, from the necessary light that shines without source, cascading through angels and intelligences, down into the lamp of the rational soul, and further into the lamp shadow we call the physical world. Between the lamp and the shadow lies a country of emerald cities and dawn-colored mountains, a geography Corbin called Hercalia. This country is not a metaphor for moods. It is a place where meanings become landscapes and persons appear in the shape that best conveys their intention. It is the home of the subtle body, neither flesh as we know it, nor a vapor that cannot act. There, to see is also to be seen. To speak is also to show. Ibn Arabi gave this isthmus its definitive tenderness. He called it the imaginal barzakh, a bridge and a shore, the isthmus that touches two seas without mixing them. In dreams, in visions, and in the hour after death, we know this barzakh directly, even if we lack words for the encounter. In his pages, the imaginal is the workshop of the real, where the one shows itself in forms that fit the capacity of the one who looks. God does not cease taking on forms for hearts, says a line attributed to him. And the corollary is as important. Hearts must be trained not to idolize the first form they love. The imaginal allows plurality without chaos, specificity without confinement. It preserves transcendence while delivering intimacy. Corbin's service was to show that these teachings are not poetic ornaments pasted onto a religion from the outside. They are the internal epistemology of a life in which revelation continues as hermeneutic, the bringing back of forms to their source. In such a life, Scripture is not a closed ledger, but a living conversation. Nature is not a machine, but a book written in symbols. The human heart is not a pump, but an instrument tuned to meaning. The imaginal does not compete with matter, it interprets it. It does not compete with spirit, it mediates it. And because it mediates, it heals the split that keeps moderns either starving on the arid plain of literalism or drowning in the swamp of fantasy. We have already touched the imaginal, though we may have given it lesser names. When a grief arrives as a corridor we can walk through with a companion who is no longer alive, when a decision takes the shape of a door and the door opens inward with a decisive click no ear could hear, when an apology appears first as a basin of water and only later as words. This is the imaginal educating us. Its pedagogy is precise. It does not ask us to pretend. It asks us to attend until form and meaning touch and a third thing is born. Understanding that feels like relief and responsibility at once. Urantia's word for the intermediate region is morontia, where the imaginal discourses on forms and meanings. Urantia discourses on energies and administrations. The overlap is not perfect, but the rhyme is hard to miss. Morontia names a continuum of reality between material and spiritual, a curriculum of worlds where motive takes texture and gratitude can be weighed. In that middle climate, persons grow into a body that answers to intention faster than ours does, a body that is susceptible to truth and resilient in love. Corbin's subtle body and Urantia's morontia body smell of the same air. Neither dismisses matter as illusion. Neither collapses spirit into idea. Both insist that the person becomes visible in a medium proportionate to the soul's maturity. Think of how this reorients the problem of continuity. If the imaginal and morontia regions are real neighborhoods, then survival is not a duplication of matter. It is a transfer of residence into a more responsive medium. Your character is not transcribed into a ghostly spreadsheet. It becomes your environment. Your loves become architecture. Your evasions become fog. Your fidelity to reality becomes the clarity in which you live. This is why these traditions speak with such gravity about symbols. The form your love takes is not decorative. It is formative. In time and across thresholds, we inhabit the world we have been building with our attention. Corbin loved to read visionary recitals where a traveler learns how to see. In one such tale, a guide leads the protagonist across nights that are dawns and mountains that are questions. Gates appear, not to keep the seeker out, but to tell him what must be learned before the next landscape can be endured. The seeker meets a city of mirrors and nearly loses himself admiring his own face. The guide interrupts the loop with a word that tastes like iron and honey. Remember why you left. The imaginal is full of such moral physics. It does not humiliate, it adjusts. It does not flatter, it invites. It offers forms that teach the exact lesson the heart is ready to learn when pride has been softened by some honest sorrow. In dreams, we get practice. A woman who has been avoiding grief meets a room where light falls without source and a chair is empty. She cannot sit in that chair until she speaks her mother's name without tightening her throat. She wakes and knows what to do in the waking world. She must say the name aloud. She must touch the chair in the house where her mother sat. She must pour water and leave the room slowly. The imaginal provided the sequence. The world provided the matter in which to embody it. The two together repair a tear that had felt permanent. If we try to live without the imaginal, our religious language dehydrates. Metaphors become punishments. Symbols become badges of team membership. We preach as if we could beat the soul into learning with slogans. The imaginal refuses this crudity. It knows that people change when truth arrives in a shape they can love without lying. It knows that meaning must be carried by beauty if it is to survive the nerve's defensiveness. This is not manipulation. It is respect for how we are made. The prophets knew it long before psychology named it. Visions, parables, ladders, gardens, lamps, cities, curriculum in the tongue the heart learns best. Urantia's moda, the morontia counterpart of mortal logic, plays a similar role. It is not a set of maxims thrown over a wall. It is a maturation of understanding that can interpret experience more truthfully because it sees more of what is at stake. What once looked like loss now looks like pruning. What once looked like chance now looks like choreography that respects freedom. What once looked like punishment now looks like the removal of a counterfeit so that the true can grow. Moda is the grammar of an imaginal ethics. The more reality we can bear without pretending, the kinder and more exact we become. Corbin insisted that the imaginal is not private theater. It has objectivity suited to its plane. Two travelers can meet the same guide in the same place and learn from him in accord with their capacity. Two readers can be addressed by the same verse in different tones without contradiction. Objectivity does not mean measurability by instruments built for a different layer of reality. It means that events there do not depend upon our fantasy for their existence. They depend upon our participation for their fruitfulness. In a crude analogy, music exists whether or not we are listening. But to be changed by it, we must lean in with an ear trained to distinguish melody from noise. What do we do with this in the kitchen? We practice imaginal hygiene. We curate the images we allow to colonize our inner weather. We select stories that ask something honest of us. We avoid stories that feed our contempt or our despair. We handle our own dreams as if a friend had sent them, with curiosity and respect rather than the hunger to decode them quickly. We let symbols work over time. We do rituals badly and let them deepen rather than waiting to feel holy before we begin. We set a table with care as a way of teaching the senses that meaning is present before we can articulate it. This care changes how we read our lives. The recurring stray dog may be loyalty asking for a home. The broken lock we keep postponing may be a boundary waiting to be spoken. The 3 times the word harvest appears in a week may be a nudge to forgive the field for not being the orchard we demanded. We do not become superstitious. We become attentive within proportion. If a symbol wants our attention, it will come again with modest persistence. If it does not, we let it go without drama. The imaginal is orderly, obsession is not. Inevitably, a modern voice asks, "Isn't this just psychology?" The answer is kind but firm. Psychology at its best is a new language for old knowledge. The imaginal is not embarrassed to be translated. It only rebels when reduced. When a therapist teaches a client to speak to a figure in a chair, and the figure turns out to be forgiveness, whether the therapist calls it parts work or active imagination, does not matter as much as the fidelity with which they attend. Corbin's point was never to create a museum of words. It was to preserve a mode of truth that frees a person to become reliable. If a contemporary method achieves that, the angels rejoice. If a theory prevents it, the angels sigh. There's a danger here too. Spiritual kitsch, the inflation of symbol into costume. The cure is usefulness. If a vision does not make you kinder to a clerk on a hard day, doubt the vision, not the clerk. If an image does not help you keep a promise, question the image's provenance. If your imaginal adventures make you impatient with ordinary people, stop and sweep a floor until the sweetness returns to your voice. The subtle body grows by humble acts. The morontia life is built out of afternoons where you did not need to be noticed for doing what needed doing. We have also learned, across chapters, to honor mercy with bones. The imaginal participates in this pedagogy. When you wrong someone, the form of repair that comes to you at night. Return the book, say the truth, make the call, belongs to this world. Follow it. When you cannot fix the past, the image of the person you harmed blessing you to go and do better belongs here too. Do not use it to avoid apology, but do let it release you toward a service that will feed someone. The imaginal is a workshop for contrition that does not debase and for responsibility that does not collapse under its own weight. In illness and grief, the imaginal often brings a quiet, the garden that Fenwick's hospice nurses recognize. Corbin would say that the garden is real in a way that a hospital cannot yet measure. Urantia would say that the garden is the threshold atmosphere of the mansion worlds, where environments answer to meanings with less delay. We do not need to settle jurisdiction to accept the gift. If a dying person can sit by a window in winter and feel sun in their chest that is not on the skin, whose business is it to sneer? Let the light in. Let the door be a door. In prayer, the imaginal spares us from abstractions that leave the heart unfed. God, for most of us, arrives as image before idea. Light, shepherd, rock, mothering presence, a hand that does not push. The mature task is not to outgrow images. It is to keep letting them open toward the source they serve without trying to imprison the source in the first form that helped us. Ibn Arabi was unsentimental about this. The idolater is not only the one who worships a statue. The idolater is the one who worships a concept that once carried fire and now carries only pride. The imaginal keeps theology from becoming idolatry by insisting that meaning keep moving. And what of art? Art is the imaginal's public service. A painting that feeds the courage to remain gentle at a threshold is not a luxury. It is a civic good. A poem that allows a father to cry without shame is not a hobby. It is a sacrament. A song that lifts a room out of cynicism is not entertainment. It is medicine. We pay artists so that communities will not forget how to speak the language in which the soul learns. We ask artists to keep their craft clean so that the medicine is not adulterated with manipulation. We remind ourselves that kitsch, again, is a failure of love, not a triumph of accessibility. Reading Urantia beside Corbin yields another practical intimacy. The morontia cities of light we imagined earlier are not only settings, they are teachers of manners. In those neighborhoods, intention is legible. In the imaginal Barzak, it is the same. When we rehearse telling the truth in a dream and wake able to do it, we have completed a lesson in that school. When we experience an imaginal review that is exact but not cruel and wake with the capacity to offer the same kind of review to someone we supervise, the worlds have cooperated. The border between in here and out there is more porous than a frightened ego will allow. The Barzak exists to deliver grace across that line. There is comfort in the metaphysics, but the ethics is what keeps us safe. The imaginal is not a bypass around the hard work of apology, boundaries, and service. It is the forge where the tools for that work are tempered. The morontia is not a highway that exempts us from the neighborhood we are in. It is the reassurance that the neighborhood matters eternally because love does not evaporate when oxygen does. Continuity as levels of being means that what we practice here changes what we can bear there, and what we can bear there returns to change what we can practice here. Perhaps this is why some rooms feel more real than others, why some conversations have a density that lingers like the taste of bread, why some silences have weight. We are not merely adding mood music to existence. We are learning to inhabit a creation whose layers harmonize when we stop insisting that one layer is the only one. The river of matter flows in one channel. The wind of spirit moves in another. Between them, the imaginal runs like a canal that allows passage and irrigation. Civilization, at its best, is the result. If we attend long enough, we notice a change in time's texture. The hour stretches or compresses as if to fit the work we are meant to do. A day that begins with prayer feels more elastic. A day that begins in frenzy feels like a tightened belt. The imaginal is not a clock. It is a tutor of rhythm. It teaches us when to pause so that meaning can catch up with matter. It teaches us when to move so that intention does not spoil in the sun. So we keep the door open, not credulous, not guarded to the point of starvation. We keep a pen where dreams can find it. We keep a chair where an elder can sit in our mind and tell us what we do not want to hear. We light a candle not because light needs our help, but because we need the reminder that light is how things become themselves. We wash a dish slowly because the way we hold a plate is training for the way we hold a soul. We learn to say thank you before we understand, and we learn that understanding often arrives as a thank you. In time, river in a line or spiral that rises. Chapter 11. Time, Evolution and Soul-Making. In time, river in a line or spiral that rises. If our days are only a string of beads counted once and dropped, the answer hardly matters. But if time is the medium in which a soul learns to carry love without spilling it, then the shape of time is everything. The line gives us sequence, the spiral gives us repetition with altitude, and together they offer the curriculum of growth. Come again to the same turn, but now with a steadier hand. Meet the old fear, but now with breath. Tell the truth you could not tell last year, and watch how the room changes. John Hick called this world a veil for soul-making. Not a penal colony, not a theater of cruelty, but a workshop where persons in process become persons who can be trusted with freedom. The phrase is simple enough to hide its audacity. It suggests that the point of existence is not to pass a test about propositions, but to acquire the capacities that make love durable. Courage, patience, fidelity, open-eyed compassion, the ability to create and to repair. In such a world, challenge is not an accident. It is part of the scaffolding, neither designed to break us nor removed at the first sign of strain. A gym is not an insult to the body. It is a compliment to its potential. Hick, following a much older intuition, proposed that spiritual growth requires a certain distance, an epistemic gap wide enough that our consent cannot be coerced by overwhelming display. If the holy saturated our senses like noon on desert sand, freedom would melt into reflex. Instead, reality arrives with hints and veils. Enough light to walk, enough shadow to turn back if we insist. In that twilight, choices reveal who we are becoming. We learn to love what is good because it is good, not because a trumpet blasted over the mountain and left us no alternative. This does not make pain sacred. It makes pain instructive when accompanied well. In the world Hick imagines, God is not the author of each grief, but the architect of a frame within which grief can be met by goods that otherwise could not appear. Courage that is not bravado, compassion that is not sentiment, solidarity that is not rhetoric. The soul expands by contact with resistance. A violin string that never knows tension, never knows song. A string pulled too tight snaps. The art is a tuning suited to each life. Teilhard de Chardin faced a different horizon and heard the same music. Watching the earth layer itself with life and the life layer itself with mind, he imagined an evolution that was not only biological but spiritual, a universe complexifying into consciousness, knitting a new sphere of thought and love across the planet, drawn forward by an omega that is not merely the sum of what has been, but the radiant lure of what can be. The end is not behind us in a garden. The end calls us from ahead like a light on a far hill. He saw Christ as that omega, personal, cosmic, the one in whom the many can finally be gathered without erasure. Teilhard's hope can be mishandled if we turn it into triumphalism, the lazy confidence that everything will work out without the hard work of walking. But at its best, it rescues meaning from the accident of matter. If the universe is lured toward communion, then our acts of integration are not private hobbies. They are collaboration with a deep current in things. To build a hospital that does not humiliate the poor, to wire a neighborhood with clean light, to make a poem that stiffens a grieving spine. These become evolutionary acts, small convergences of love and clarity along the way to a future where what is separate can be held together without bruising. Urantia's map of an ascension career is another inflection of the same melody. It pictures not an escape from history, but a continuation of education across levels of being, the morontia worlds as laboratories for character, the journey toward paradise as a pilgrimage of integration where personality, truth, and love become congruent. The thought adjuster's patient work across a lifetime finds new room in which to ripen. Moda, the morontia counterpart of mortal logic, gives us the grammar to reinterpret old wounds as teachers without sentimentalizing the harm they did. The self continues, not as a static unit, but as a student who retains what has been genuinely learned and releases what was only camouflage. Freedom sits at the center of all three visions like a hearth. Freedom is not licensed to do anything without consequence. It is the dreaded and precious capacity to choose what kind of person we are becoming. Without real risk, no real character can exist. Only conditioned reflexes can. The possibility of refusal is the price of the kind of love that delights in consent. This is not a neat answer to the problem of evil. It is a condition for any answer that preserves dignity. A world with no sharp edges would be safe and sterile. A world with nothing but sharp edges would be unlivable. The workshop is neither. It has tools capable of harm and the presence of a teacher who shows how to use them. Return then to the old ache. Why does a child suffer? Why does a wave swallow a village? Hick's soul-making frame says, there are goods, courage, mutual aid, invention, steadfastness, that do not exist except in response to danger. There are evils we commit that only freedom could allow. There are evils we endure that only solidarity can redeem. The explanation is not a consolation. The consolation is in the response we are allowed to create. Teilhard adds, our responses do not evaporate. They knit the world into a more conscious field, pushing the arc toward communion. Urantia adds, nothing real is wasted. What we learn is carried forward into environments designed to deepen the lesson without humiliating the learner. We do not preach this to the newly bereaved. We practice it around them. We shovel mud, write checks, keep vigil, make soup, fix roofs, change laws. Philosophy that will not carry lumber is a poor servant. But when the storm has passed and a person asks how to live in a world where storms happen, the soul-making view turns out to be a friend. It teaches that the question is not, how do I avoid pain forever? But, how do I become the kind of creature for whom pain becomes a place of conversion rather than a furnace of bitterness? That is a terrible and luminous freedom. Notice how time behaves in this school. In a punitive scheme, time is the enemy. Every hour an occasion for weighing and dread. In a soul-making scheme, time is a collaborator. Every hour a chance to rehearse the next honest act. The same loss that would curdle a life under the story of punishment can become a strange midwife under the story of growth. The spiral returns us to the scene of the crime with different hands. We do not undo the past. We become different in the present, and the present begins to alter the future's appetite. The problem of evil revisited looks less like a courtroom and more like a studio. Evil is real. It is not our friend. But in the studio, even the mistake becomes material. A pianist's flub teaches where the attention must go. A sculptor's fracture becomes a seam that catches light. In moral life, cruelty teaches the cruel that they are becoming small and lonely. Their neighbors teach them, if they are lucky, to stop. In communal life, disaster teaches engineering, medicine, and law to improve. At least it should, and when it does not, we have learned something about our idols. None of this justifies harm. It refuses to let harm be the final teacher. We can be more precise. There is moral evil, the harm we do when we lie, betray, hoard, or exploit. There is natural evil, the harm that comes through systems not aimed at us. Earth's plates shift, cells miscopy, weather patterns swing. The first is the price of freedom. The second is the price of living in a world that can host stable forms and learning bodies. If bones were not breakable, courage would be cheap. If fire did not burn, craft would be impossible. The workshop is dangerous, and we are given guardians and instructions. We are not promised exemption. We are promised meaning and help. Teilhard's new sphere helps here by asking what our inventions are for. If they concentrate power without increasing communion, they're regress in the costume of progress. If they make neighborhoods more porous to kindness, they are evolution in miniature. Omega is not a trophy. It is a standard. Are we becoming capable of togetherness without erasure? Are we converging without crushing difference? Are we building with the grain of love? The answer is written less in manifestos than in the tone of a city bus, the design of a court docket, the way a hospital speaks to a tired mother in the night. Urantia's ascent keeps our ambition honest. You cannot skip grades by bragging. You cannot buy your way to a higher sphere. Your passport is the character you carry and the consent you have given to the adjuster's quiet work. That does not make the path elitist. It makes it exact. Everyone is invited. No one is humiliated. No one is carried against their will. Justice appears here as a school with infinite patience and real exams. Mercy appears as teachers who refuse to let one failure define a student. If this sounds austere, it is also full of joy. Soul-making is not grim duty. It is the art of discovering that gratitude is a skill and that beauty is a power that helps us keep our promises. Teilhard's joy in matter, the love of stones and stars, and the hum of a laboratory, corrects the spiritual contempt that sometimes sneaks into our speech. To love God without loving electrons is to love a hypothesis. To love electrons without loving persons is to love a tool. The craft is to love both until the wall between them thins. What does this look like on a Tuesday? A nurse, up for the fourth night, chooses softness without collapse. She speaks to an angry sun without returning fire, and the sun's shoulders drop because someone refused to make his fear about their pride. An engineer reviews the report after a bridge fails and says the hard sentence aloud: "We were wrong." He leads the repair without self-absolution, with the dignity that comes from truth told in time to save the next town. A teacher, long disappointed, notices a student's small honesty and decides to invest again. These are not heroic gestures in the cinematic sense. They're the kind of acts that make a person capable of larger trusts. Soul-making is disciplined hope, not the hope that ignores data, but the hope that knows the range of possible futures expands when someone chooses with integrity. It is hopeful to hold a boundary that prevents a cycle of harm from continuing. It is hopeful to apologize before the other asks. It is hopeful to keep a ritual that trains attention. It is hopeful to build a shelter that can withstand a storm we hope never comes. Hope is craft, not mood. It is the daily stitching of a future in which we have fewer reasons to be ashamed. We are often tempted to outsource soul-making to institutions, to ask the church, the lab, the state to do the inner work for us. They cannot. They can teach, protect, and coordinate. They cannot choose for us. Conversely, we sometimes despise institutions and imagine that all progress is private. It is not. Teilhard's noosphere reminds us that minds and hearts share a field. A reform in one small court transmits along the network, making it fractionally easier for a judge in another city to do likewise. A breakthrough in one clinic travels as protocol, a standard of care that holds even when fatigue, compassion falters. We need the scaffold and the soul both. A quieter part of the argument concerns time's mercy. If we are truly in process, then the rate at which a person learns matters as much as the lesson itself. The impatient demand that a wound heal in a week is itself a wound. Hicks' pedagogy reminds us that a slow learner is still learning. Urantia's ascent reminds us that some lessons require a different classroom. Teilhard reminds us that evolution is not a sprint, but a drift with punctuations. The river takes turns and braids. Our task is to keep the water clean so that children can drink. Fear will ask, what if we fail? What if the workshop collapses? We answer not with guarantees, but with two steady assurances. First, nothing learned in love is lost. The habit of telling the truth will travel. The reflex of kindness will travel. The capacity for joy that does not depend on dominance will travel. Second, help is real. We're not the only workers. Some of the assistants wear skin, mentors, nurses, neighbors. Some of it does not. Adjusters, seraphim, those who love us from the other side of thresholds. Their presence does not abolish risk. It makes risk bearable. There are things we must refuse to say, even in a soul-making frame. We do not tell a victim that their harm was necessary for their growth. We do not hold a flood up as God's lesson plan. We do not peddle meaning like a product. Meaning is discovered, not assigned by outsiders. What we can do is keep a space where meaning can arrive. We keep company, we provide shelter, we remove the humiliation that prevents learning, we bear witness to endurance until endurance turns into a kind of quiet pride that does not need an audience. At times, the three visions correct each other. Teilhard's forward tilt can forget the broken. Urantia's order can feel chilly to a weeping room. Hicks' classroom can sound utilitarian to a mother whose arms are empty. Bring them together and they warm. Omega promises that our efforts collaborate with a future that honors every small fidelity. Ascension promises that what we begin here continues there with better tools and kinder teachers. Soul-making promises that none of what we suffer is wasted if it makes us more capable of love. The spiral returns us once more to the question of justice. In a punitive world, justice means equal pain for equal harm. In a soul-making world, Justice means conditions that make goodness likely. Restitution, instruction, boundaries that protect the vulnerable, opportunities to practice better choices. Teilhard's convergence asks whether our justice increases communion. Urantia's moda asks whether our justice treats persons as students rather than as permanent labels. A society that believes in growth designs courts, schools, and hospitals that expect it. In the end, the theodicy that helps is the one that leaves us more useful and more tender. If a theory makes us harsh, it is false in practice, even if it is true on paper. If a hope makes us irresponsible, it is a drug. The measure is simple. Are we braver in the presence of another's pain? Are we less likely to humiliate? Do we make fewer excuses? Do we give more than we take? A cosmos that aims at Omega, ascends through worlds, and trains souls in workshops is a cosmos that rewards these habits. When you stand at a grave, you will not remember arguments. You will remember hands that held you, a phrase that did not sting, the way the light fell on stone, the way a child laughed nearby, as if the world were not finished. Soul-making says, let that memory be your teacher. Teilhard says, let that love be your contribution to the field. Urantia says, carry that habit into the next room. We have more to build. Where pain meets tenderness. And what are the children? Chapter 12, Children, Loss and Hope. Where pain meets tenderness. The room grows very quiet, and the question arrives with a tremble. What are the children? If the cosmos is a workshop for soul-making, what becomes of those who leave before the tools are even named? Those who slip away in the first hours, the first years, those never held, those held once and then carried? The answers we offer cannot be arguments. They must be ways of holding. Grief does not ask for a system. Grief asks for a companion and a horizon. The companion stands beside. The horizon says, not all is lost. Urantia speaks with an unusual steadiness here. It tells of probationary nurseries, infant receiving schools, prepared on worlds of light where those who died before they could choose for themselves are tenderly repersonalized and raised. The language is simple and exacting. No soul is judged for choices it could not yet make. No person is fixed forever by biology's accidents. Guardians who love them in silence escort them across and place them among patient teachers who know how to listen to tiny fears and to widen joy without noise. They are given bodies proportionate to the next lessons, senses suited to learning, and the time that mortality denied. The picture asks us to imagine a neighborhood that smells like devotion without demand. There are homes, not owned but inhabited, where play is instruction and instruction is play. There are gardens where curiosity is not scolded, and kitchens where the art of sharing turns into the first theology. There is a steady rotation of those who watch at night, not because danger stalks, but because comfort feels real when there are footsteps in the hall. There are elders who know how to kneel without making a child feel small. And threaded through all of it are those who waited once in crowded clinics and emergency rooms and now stand where fear cannot enter, lending their calm to the newly arrived. We do not need to decide how this is engineered to let it become medicine. The moral is simple and fierce. The universe is not careless with the small. If freedom is the point of the workshop, then freedom requires a chance to choose. The children who did not receive that chance are not excluded from the curriculum. They are not frozen as symbols. They are persons becoming persons, educated in joy, courage, trust, and truth until they can place their own signature under the invitation to continue. For those who remain, the air on earth can become thin. There's the ache of empty arms, the noise of well-meant sentences that land like stones, the week that goes missing from the calendar because it cannot be born. Compassion here has a craft. It begins with permission to speak the name, to ask for the story again without apology, to pass the photographs as if the paper were warm. It continues with steadiness, no rushing, no tidy bows, no insistence that meaning must be found by Friday. It ends with presence that does not end. The seventh text that says, "I'm here," the casserole that arrives on the wrong day, but is still warm, the friend who remembers the date next year and lights a candle without making an announcement. Rites of remembrance are the way we make rooms where the soul can set down its weight for an hour. A table with a white cloth, a photograph, a small bowl for letters written in the days when words sting and bless in the same sentence. A glass of water because breath dries out grief. The reading of names, not as a roll call of absence, but as a litany of belonging. The invitation for those present to speak one sentence if they wish. I remember the red shoes. I remember the way he said truck. I remember the afternoon she taught me to be patient with a spoon. Stories make a body where a body is missing. They give a nervous system a sequence to inhabit when time has broken. When a loss was early, words can fail. A miscarriage, a stillbirth, a goodbye in an operating room before a day has passed. These griefs often hide because the world does not know how to hold them. We can build a better world with small acts. A box, nothing grand, containing a blanket, a ribbon, a card with a space for a name. A nurse trained to ask, "Do you want a photograph?" and to honor either answer without judgment. A note on a chart that warns the next shift, soft voices. A space on a wall where tiny footprints can be traced without spectacle. The point is not to fill the silence. It is to make the silence gentle. There are other losses that resist clarity. Adoption goodbyes braided with hope. Pregnancies ended in fear or necessity. Children missing without proof of death. Estrangements that were a parent's heart thin. Compassion does not interrogate, it accompanies. A mother who places a stone in a jar each day to mark a year of absence is not performing magic. She is making a rhythm that keeps her from forgetting to eat. A father who writes a letter each week to the child he does not know how to find is not deluding himself. He is preventing bitterness by practicing love in the only way available. A sister who lights a candle on Tuesdays because Tuesday was the day of the week her brother loved football is not stuck. She is choosing a posture that keeps memory tender rather than sharp. Letters to the inner child belong here as well, because children who die do not end childhood. They stir the childhood of those who remain. A grown man who could never forgive himself for not being strong enough at 5 is invited to write to that 5-year-old now. The letter is not sentimental. It is specific. You were small. You were not responsible for keeping peace between giants. I am here now. No one will shout at you in this room. When he reads the letter aloud to a counselor and the room stays safe, the nervous system learns a fact that no argument could teach. In time, the letter shifts from ink to practice. He stops shouting at the 5-year-olds and other bodies who cross his path. Community is the difference between wounds that burrow and wounds that breathe. Grief wants companions in the plural. The aunt who checks on meals, the neighbor who insists on a walk, the spiritual friend who knows when to bring scripture and when to bring tea, the lawyer who handles paperwork as if mercy were a legal category. We can institutionalize this gentleness. Hospitals can have no humiliation policies in bereavement rooms. Schools can have protocols for classmates when a desk is empty. Courts can schedule hearings with an awareness of anniversaries. Cities can build gardens where names can weather without being erased. Sometimes, people ask whether belief in probationary nurseries makes grief easier. Easier is not the right word. It makes grief less lonely. The image of a child being raised in a neighborhood proportionate to their innocence does not erase a mother's ache. It gives her a scene to hold when sleep refuses her. It rearranges fury into longing, and longing is easier to carry because it can be directed. Grow well, she prays. Be taught by good teachers. Remember my voice. I will do work here that would make you proud. Her work begins to rescue neighbors. Mentoring, reading to those who are still here, placing her hands where they can be useful. This is not bypass. It is the conversion of pain into care. To hold the Urantia picture responsibly, we refuse the cruelty of rationalizing. We do not say to the bereaved, "It was meant to be," as if a sentence could hide a wound. We do not explain away accidents with theories that blame the small for the weight of the world. We say, "This should not have happened," and it did. I am here. When the hour for horizons comes, weeks later, months, we can tell the story of a school where those who never got to choose are being prepared to choose. We can do so without feeling the need to win an argument. We are telling it for the sake of a breath. Those who work in the corridors where children sometimes die need their own rights. A paramedic keeps a prayer card in a pocket, not to display, but to touch with thumb and forefinger after certain calls. A pediatric oncologist writes the initials of each child who dies in a book, then goes to the roof and names them into the wind. A teacher keeps a plant on a windowsill for the student who will not return and waters it as if caring could cross thresholds. These small, stubborn acts keep professionals from becoming stone. They keep the human heart from abandoning its post under the pretense of efficiency. Hope needs language and silence. The language can be simple. You will know joy again, and the joy will not betray the love you carry. Your laughter will not be a failure of memory. It will be a sign that love is stronger than dread. The silence can be reverent. We sit without fixing. We allow tears and make sure there are tissues reachable without embarrassment. We do not stand up too soon. If the house has faith practices, we join them with humility. If the house does not, we join its quieter rituals, the wiping of a counter, the setting of plates, the keeping of a lamp near the door. For siblings, the craft is different and precise. Children grieve sideways. They ask about cereal and death in the same breath. We answer in small, true sentences. Bodies stop. Love does not. We keep routines where we can, because routine is the nervous system's lullaby. We make a memory box together and let the sibling decide what goes inside. We teach that tears cannot break a house, and that laughter is never a betrayal. We appoint a night each week for a short story that belonged to the one who is missing, and we do not make the story a lesson. We let it be a visit. Faith communities can teach the wider neighborhood to behave. Pastors, priests, imams, rabbis, chaplains learn to preach without platitudes. They train volunteers to sit through the long quiet. They teach the difference between comfort and closure. They bless those who cannot believe while still giving them a place at the table. They keep calendars with names on them so that anniversaries do not sneak past unnoticed. They send a note on the due date of the child who did not arrive alive, not to reopen a wound, but to stand beside it. Therapists and counselors attending to child loss know the temptation of technique. They resist it with humility. They use tools, EMDR, somatic work, narrative therapy, without letting the tools steal the room's humanity. They state boundaries clearly to protect the fragile hour. They refer when the grief becomes complicated by old trauma or brain chemistry that needs medical attention. They speak plainly when superstition begins to prey on a parent's fear. They recognize spiritual experience without either pathologizing or exploiting it. Their office becomes a porch where the storm can be named and where sometimes the first bird is heard at dawn. The economy of love widens under grief. Many parents become advocates. Safer roads, better hospitals, laws with the child's name written into them so that safety stays specific. Some create scholarships or teams or gardens. Some become experts in the boring brilliance of policy. Some choose quieter shapes for their offering. An open share of the table on holidays, a habit of bringing toys to waiting rooms, the practice of carrying cash for the taxi fare of the tired mother. Joy returns in odd places. A park bench where two strangers cry together. A bakery at 6 a.m. where the owner has learned not to ask, but simply to place a warm roll on a napkin. We must also honor those who do not receive children in the first place. Childlessness, chosen or not, meets a social world fond of questions that are not kind. The rites of hope belong here too. A couple writes the names they would have given and places them in a cedar box. Once a year they read them aloud and then invite friends to dinner to celebrate the forms that love has taken instead. Nieces, students, neighbors, gardens, books, projects, shelters. Meaning does not replace a particular grief. It respects it by refusing to shrink love to a single channel. Sometimes in quiet rooms, something gentle happens. A mother hears a child's voice in a dream and wakes without the stomach drop that has greeted every morning since. A father smells the shampoo he used on a head that is not there and feels steadied instead of broken. A brother, hardened by anger, dreams of playing soccer and wakes willing to speak the name. We do not legislate these events. We receive them as we would receive a guest who arrives with bread. If they do not come, we do not reproach the house. If they do, we say thank you and let them instruct us to be soft with strangers who will come to us later crooked under similar weights. How we speak of justice in the shadow of child loss. We speak of justice as design, not as vengeance. Design of hospitals that never confuse poverty with neglect. Design of protocols that always ask a parent if they want to be present. Design of education that trains students to give help without drama. Design of workplaces that understand bereavement leave should not be a privilege. We speak of justice as patience for grief that takes longer than a month. As protection for those who do not have the luxury to grieve, because rent is due, as investment in the quiet infrastructure of care, social workers with manageable caseloads, translators who can keep a family from being shamed by language, chaplains who are allowed to linger. And when theology wants to speak, we ask it to speak as a servant. Let's say only what serves the broken. Let it keep its voice low. Let it confess what it does not know and point to what it trusts. That the smallest are noticed, that the unfinished are not discarded, that love does not waste any effort offered in its name. Let it bless all parents without requiring unanimity of belief. Let it keep the picture of patient nurseries for those who want it and the picture of a garden for those who do not know that word. Let it keep the room safe for anger and for gratitude and for long, plain silence. In the end, hope is the permission to keep loving in a world where loss happens. It does not guarantee outcomes. It offers a way of carrying what we are given without becoming cruel. It offers a way of meeting small faces in the street without flinching. It offers a way of sitting on the floor by a box of toys that will not be used again and noticing that the sun still warms the tile and that this warmth tells the truth about a universe in which tenderness is not an accident. We wash the little cups. We fold the small shirts. We keep the photographs where they can be seen and where they can be turned face down when needed. We write letters to the ones who left. We write letters to the children we once were. We learn to say both goodbye and see you. We set a chair in the imaginal garden, and we sit there sometimes with the ones who can no longer climb into our laps. We work in their name. We let their names work on us until our hands become reliable. What sort of justice do we really want? Chapter 13. the justice we long for. Justice is not a scale so much as a garden. It is the design of conditions under which goodness becomes likely, repair becomes possible, and dignity is kept intact while truth is told. We ache for this kind of justice because we are tired of rooms where humiliation is mistaken for rigor and of sentences that break the very people they claim to correct. If the cosmos is a school and not a spectacle, what shape of curriculum best serves the human heart? Here, two large pictures stand before us: the terrestrial cycle of returns and a single mortal life unfolding across many stations that Urantia sketches. Both want us to grow. Both refuse to waste what can be taught. The question is not which picture can win a debate. It is which picture best trains love, growth, and freedom. Less guilt, more responsibility. Begin with the terrestrial vision of reincarnation. In this picture, the soul enrolls again in the same school with new classmates and new teachers. Memory is veiled to keep us from being trapped by old griefs and enamored of old triumphs. Karma is not cosmic revenge. It is continuity of consequence. Patterns reappear until we learn the counter-pattern with enough sincerity that the old groove loses its authority. The veil is a mercy that gives the beginner a beginner's mind and the veteran a chance to translate knowledge into kindness without showing a resume. Now the Urantia vision. Here, the single mortal life on Earth is the seabed for a long ascent through morontia spheres, worlds more responsive to intention, houses proportionate to character, classrooms in which the teachers are visible and the curriculum explicit. Memory does not reset. It matures. The thought adjuster's quiet work in us finds more room and finer tools. The pedagogy is public in the best sense. The review is exact. The help is abundant. The aim is union freely chosen. What we began to be here, we continue to be, not by repetition of matter, but by growth through levels of being. Both models are merciful if handled with care. Both can become cruel when mishandled by fear or pride. So we test them by 3 criteria. Love. Does the picture increase the capacity to will the good of the other without condescension? In the terrestrial model, love grows when we sense that today's offender may be tomorrow's healer, and that we ourselves have been both in other rooms. We grow gentler with the awkward, tender with the slow learner, because we have been slow and the universe gave us time. In a morontia model, love grows when we sense that the person in front of us is an eternal neighbor, not a disposable character. We keep the tone that would make sense in a city of light. Truthful without cruelty, precise without despair. Growth. Does the picture make becoming better feel possible next Tuesday? In the terrestrial model, growth is practiced as patient iteration. Repent, repair, repeat until the muscle remembers, perhaps with the help of lives that give us a fresh angle on an old knot. In the morontia model, growth is practiced as advancement through explicit competencies, truthfulness without harshness, mercy without permissiveness, usefulness without pride. The map says, in effect, you will be taught until this becomes easy. Freedom. Does the picture dignify consent? In the terrestrial model, the wheel turns but not as a trap. At key moments, the bodhisattva chooses to return out of love, and the ordinary soul chooses to practice the counter-pattern instead of the old one. Freedom is honored in the long patience of opportunity. In the morontia model, freedom is the center of the architecture. No fusion without consent, no advancement without inward yes, no finality imposed from without. The universe wants partners, not puppets. Under these lights, certain shadows come into view. Reincarnation's veil can be medicine. It can also become a narcotic. Another time, another chance can tempt us to procrastinate repair. The corrective here is the insistence that this time is the real time we have, and that the only evidence we would use another life well is that we use this one well. Urantia's ladders can be medicine. They can also inflame status anxiety. What sphere are you on? Is the wrong question. The corrective is Moda's reminder that greatness is measured by usefulness, and that the highest rooms are full of people who learn to wash feet without an audience. A second set of contrasts lives in memory. The terrestrial model argues that amnesia is a mercy. It breaks the spell of grievances. It clears the stage for fresh loyalties. It protects the child from being recruited into adult vendettas. The cost is slowness. We repeat basics because we forget. The morontia model honors remembrance as a different kind of mercy. It prevents us from reinventing hard-won wisdom. It allows nuanced repair with those we have harmed. It makes learning cumulative instead of circular. The cost is exposure. We cannot hide from what we have been. That is why the review is saturated with understanding. Humiliation is not a tool here. Third, consider justice as the design of consequences. In the terrestrial model, consequences follow us back into new circumstances that let us meet them with fresh hands. In the morontia model, consequences meet us in a clarity that makes their meaning unmistakable and their repair achievable. Both reject the courtroom as the primary metaphor. The better images are studio and greenhouse, mistakes becoming material, conditions curated for growth. If punishment is used, it is used as a bracket to protect the vulnerable while the work of transformation proceeds. These models inform human institutions more than we notice. A courthouse that treats offenders as permanently labeled has chosen neither picture well. A courthouse that pairs restitution with training and circles of accountability has borrowed the best of both. Repetition without despair, advancement without erasure. A school that grades only speed humiliates slow brilliance. A school that teaches mastery accepts that some children arrive with talents from we know not where, and that all children can learn the posture of integrity. A hospital that treats only bodies loses patients and families to meaninglessness. A hospital that includes ritual and remembrance treats time as a collaborator in healing. Less guilt, more responsibility is a phrase that both maps can bless. Guilt is a signal that goes stale quickly. Responsibility is a posture that carries. In a reincarnation frame, responsibility means choosing the counterpattern now instead of hiding behind metaphysical later. In an ascension frame, responsibility means offering each day to the adjuster's quiet work and letting the day's curriculum, boring or brilliant, shape the soul that will be unmistakably you tomorrow. Both say, stop excusing, start apprenticing. Moral luck has always troubled us. Why is one child born to safety and another to war? The terrestrial picture often answers. Threads from before are being woven in a way that will finally make sense. The risk of that answer is blame. The medicine is compassion that refuses to infer guilt from suffering. The ascension picture often answers. The workshop requires risk and difference. Help and justice must be designed to keep freedom intact while no one is abandoned. The medicine here is solidarity that treats the unevenness of fortune as a summons to design better rooms, not as a verdict on worth. Imagine two vignettes to make this concrete. First, a woman who has always found herself harsh with the weak. In a terrestrial frame, she returns as the weaker one and learns patience from the inside. In the best versions of this story, she does not suffer as payback. She suffers as pedagogy under the hand of good teachers and neighbors whose kindness is the point of the lesson. She returns later with an instinct for protecting those she once despised. In an ascension frame, she meets her harshness in the review, sees its sources without excuse, and enters a morontia apprenticeship where she cares for the newly arrived until tenderness becomes muscle memory. In both frames, justice is not equal pain. It is precise repair. Second, a man who squandered trust. In a terrestrial frame, he is sent again into a house where trust is scarce, and he becomes meticulous with promises because he knows what absence does. His ledger is not balanced by suffering. It is balanced by service. In an ascension frame, he is invited to work in administrations where transparency is the law and usefulness the culture. He learns to love the feeling of being reliable and eventually cannot bear the thought of hiding. In both frames, guilt gives way to responsibility. Shame gives way to humility. The community benefits either way. Which model better answers the ache for justice? The unfair answer is that different souls need different medicines. Some need the fresh start of amnesia and the slow justice of iteration. Some need the explicit curriculum of morontia worlds and the dignity of cumulative learning. The cosmos may well be large enough to host both pedagogies under one mercy. The point is not to force a single mechanism. The point is to preserve the aim, a person who can be trusted with freedom. Think of the way each model handles debt. In a punitive world, debt is paid by pain. In a shame world, debt is paid by identity. I am bad. In these healthier worlds, debt is paid by repair. If the harm was theft, the repayment is generosity that restores belonging. If the harm was deceit, the repayment is truth-telling under pressure. If the harm was abandonment, the repayment is faithful presence when nobody is watching. We can design such repayments into our courts and families now. The metaphysics can wait. The practice should not. There is also the question of tempo. Reincarnation stretches justice across centuries. Ascension stretches it across worlds. Both slow us down enough to stop demanding cinematic closure. We stop asking for tidy endings by Friday. We start asking for the next honest act by supper. The weight of the past becomes lighter when the future is generous. The weight of the future becomes lighter when the present is practiced as sacrament. One of the most beautiful promises in the Urantia scheme is that nothing real is lost. The love you learned here travels. The craft you acquired here travels. The honesty you fought for here travels. The reincarnation scheme offers a parallel comfort. Nothing real is wasted. If you failed to love here, the lesson will return until you can love there. Both dissolve despair when we hold them not as excuses but as invitations. We cannot be irredeemably stuck in a sentence we wrote at 23. We can be required to finish it well. The shadow critique of reincarnation is that it can be used to blame the suffering and to privatize justice. It's their karma. Leave them. The remedy is a firm ethic of solidarity and the reminder that your karma now includes their welfare. The shadow critique of ascension is that it can become abstract and cold, ladders without tears. The remedy is kitchens and clinics, the insistence that morontia manners be practiced in grocery lines and bus depots. In both cases, the vaccine is proximity to the poor. Theories behave better when they must feed a neighbor by 7 o'clock. We might also ask which story makes better people under stress. An earthquake hits. If we carry a reincarnation frame cleanly, we gather, grieve, and rebuild without accusations about deserts. We invest in prevention because we honor the law of cause and effect. If we carry an ascension frame cleanly, we design relief with dignity because we believe every person here is an eternal neighbor. We reject spectacle. We prioritize usefulness. Either frame can produce the calm, organized tenderness that saves lives. Both should. What about the lure of hierarchy? Humans love ladders. We use them to beat each other. Reincarnation has its own status games, old souls as trophies. Ascension has its own, advanced beings as brand. The antidote is the same: wash feet. Refuse titles that display service. Receive instruction from those the world ignores. Let the only badge you keep be the habit of not humiliating anyone. If we must choose a public ethic from these private hopes, let it be this: institutions should act as if people can change without pretending that change is easy. Courts should deliver consequences that teach. Schools should evaluate mastery in ways that permit late bloomers to bloom. Healthcare should include rights that make grief bearable and hope honest. Neighborhoods should set tables where those who have failed can practice being trustworthy under watchful kindness. In other words, design for responsibility rather than for guilt. The justice we long for does not give equal suffering for equal harm. It gives fitting opportunities for repair. It does not cancel boundaries. It places them where they protect the vulnerable and guide the offender toward usefulness. It does not metronome forgiveness on command. It lets forgiveness arise as safety and truth make it possible. It does not obsess over mechanism. It obsesses over fruit. Are people becoming kinder? Are fewer children humiliated? Are more debts being paid in the currency of service? If yes, keep going. At the level of soul work, both pictures ask the same daily courage: to tell the next truth we owe, to accept the help we need, to offer the help we can, to keep a promise without applause, to repair what is reparable, and to serve where it is not. If we do that, the morontia cities will feel familiar when we arrive. If we do that, the next life, here or elsewhere, will not need to pry our fingers from the old habits, because we have already loosened our grip. And there is one more criterion that hides inside the others: joy. Not adrenaline, not victory. The quiet joy that visits when a repair fits perfectly, when a child sleeps easy because someone planned well, when a debt is paid in the right currency and the community breathes deeper. Any cosmology that nourishes that joy is a friend. Any cosmology that withers, it should be studied at a distance and practiced with caution. We could end with a chart. Better to end with a table. On it are bread and water and a pot of soup. Around it sit people who have been wronged, and people who have done wrong, and people who have been both by breakfast. They speak plainly. They outline what will be returned, what will be rebuilt, what hours will be given to whom, what promise will be kept, and how we will know. Someone reads a sentence about the dignity of work, and someone else reads a sentence about the mercy that never humiliates. When they stand, the room has more oxygen. Justice has occurred because love, growth, and freedom have been advanced together. We will keep using both pictures. On some days, we will need the patience of a wheel. On others, the clarity of a staircase. On most days, we will need a kitchen. The arguments can keep their place in the study. Downstairs, dinner is almost ready, and there is someone at the door who needs to be let in. Stories open doors that arguments can't. Chapter 14, Stories that Heal. There are hours when argument cannot help us. The mind is quick with diagrams. The heart, however, is slow with burdens that cannot be drawn to scale. In such hours, stories and rituals do what propositions cannot. They lower a rope into a deep well and give the hand something to close around. They teach the nervous system what the tongue cannot say. If continuity is real, if life moves through thresholds without losing the thread, then story and ritual are how we stitch one room to the next. And even if continuity were not real, they would remain the best tools we have for making a human life carryable. Think of story as the delicately carved key that opens a door the locked mind could not budge. Think of ritual as the hinge that lets the door swing without splintering the frame. Together, they form a small architecture of mercy, not a palace, but a house with a kitchen where bread appears on ordinary days. A grammar of healing narratives. A narrative heals when it does three things in order. It tells the truth without humiliation. It changes the posture of the body in the telling. And it ends with an act that feeds someone beyond the teller. This grammar is ancient. It appears in parables and in kitchen conversations and in the dreams that arrive like letters without stamps. Truth without humiliation. The truth that helps is specific. My father was harsh is a beginning. My father shouted when the car door slammed is a door that can be opened. Humiliation is avoided when the teller retains dignity and the told about retains possibility. He was harsh and I needed protection is different from he was a monster and I am ruined. The first invites repair. The second traps both in roles they cannot leave. Posture in the telling. The nervous system listens to more than nouns. Shoulders up around, ears deliver a sermon of danger no sentence can contradict. When the spine is given a tall but unrigid seat, when the jaw unclenches, when the breath reaches the back, the story that emerges is different. This is not performance, it is craft. A pianist cannot play tenderness with a fist. An act that feeds beyond the teller. A narrative that ends with "and therefore I was right" is unfinished. A narrative that ends with "and therefore I will be useful" becomes medicine. Usefulness can take many shapes. An honest apology, a boundary drawn without contempt, a meal delivered in the name of the one who hurt you and therefore trained you in vigilance. The point is not self-erasure. It is the conversion of pain into a vow that keeps others from being wounded where you were. Ancestry and the weather within. We inherit more than eye color and cheekbones. We inherit postures, tones, recipes for despair, and recipes for joy. In one family, the voice rises like a siren when fear enters. In another, the voice disappears entirely and hands speak the language of plates slammed into sinks. Symbolic epigenetics is a way of honoring this inheritance without pretending we can read a genome by candlelight. The phrase reminds us that meaning and habit are passed down in forms that look biological because they are embodied. It invites us to alter the inheritance not by wishing, but by practice. Consider a family where scarcity has been the weather for 3 generations. Money arrives like a nervous guest and leaves without finishing a cup of coffee. The body learns to hunch, to scan, to hoard. The children learn to eat quickly, to expect disappointment, to mistrust joy. Biology registers this vigilance. Cortisol teaches tissues to be ready for storms, but meaning is what trains cortisol. We cannot have nice things is the liturgy. The altar is a broken appliance kept for parts. To change such weather, you do not begin with lectures. You begin with a ritual of sufficiency small enough to believe. A bowl of fruit kept on the table only for guests becomes a bowl that anyone in the house can touch. A single shelf is kept immaculate. One, not all, so that the eyes have a place to rest. A thank you jar receives 1 line per day about a sufficiency noticed, warm socks, a neighbor's extra tomatoes, a bus that arrived. The nervous system learns that not enough is not the only climate. The epigenetic switches we cannot see are mirrored by visible switches. From scarcity behaviors to gratitude practices that change muscle tone and tone of voice. Or consider a lineage where anger is the only instrument that can be found. Men slam doors. Women sharpen silences. Children learn to throw the smallest thing that will make the loudest sound. The symbolic epigenetic intervention is not to ban anger. That would leave the house disarmed against real threats. It is to rename anger, guardian at the gate, not tyrant in the kitchen. A family meeting introduces 3 colors of anger: red, outward harm; orange, inner heat; green, protective boundary. Everyone practices saying, "My anger is orange. I need 10 minutes." And the house learns to honor the intermission. The body learns another grammar. The gene of rage, if one could call it that, is not flipped. The story attached to it is, and the story is what trains the hand. Memory writing, works of paper and breath. Memory writing is not autobiography for posterity, is medicine for posture. The aim is not to impress descendants, but to change the way the nervous system carries the past. 3 practices are especially useful. 1. The lifeline. On a long sheet of paper, draw a horizontal line. Mark 5 peaks and 5 valleys of your life. At each mark, write 3 sentences. One about what was lost, one about what was gained, one about what remains unfinished. Then, this is the crucial step. Stand up after each trio of sentences and take 5 slow breaths with hands on ribs. The breath inserts form into what memory left jagged. The practice is done standing because bodies learn standing lessons better than chair lessons. 2. The 2 letters. Write 1 letter to the person who hurt you, naming the act and the effects without ornament. Do not send it. Then write a second letter to the person you became because of the hurt, naming the skills you learned in self-defense that can now be offered in service. I became precise. I became a good listener. I can read a room for danger. Read the first letter aloud at a river or into a basin of water. Burn it safely. Keep the second letter in a drawer marked vowel. 3. The 10 mercies. Write down 10 scenes of unearned kindness that you received. The teacher who waited after class, the stranger who returned your wallet, the neighbor who shoveled your steps. Memory has a negativity bias. The list dents it. Reread the list on days when cynicism feels like intelligence. The body remembers the temperature of rooms in which it was safe. Safety becomes a practice more easily when we can prove to the amygdala that such rooms have existed. Embodied forgiveness, from idea to movement. Forgiveness is not a demand made upon the wounded. It is a capacity cultivated in environments of safety and truth. The body must learn it first. The language follows. The following sequence has helped more than once. Prepare the ground. Name aloud the boundary that makes forgiveness possible. I will not return to that house. I will not share passwords. I will meet only in daylight in public. Without boundary, forgiveness is a performance in a theater that still burns. Tell the truth in the right temperature. Truth told in a shout rarely penetrates the self-protection of the other. Truth told in a whisper rarely reaches the back row of our own defenses. Practice the sentence at 3 volumes in an empty room. Choose the one that feels strong without tremor. Record it and listen back. If the sentence humiliates, rework it until it dignifies everyone involved while refusing to minimize the harm. Engage a small movement. Sit. Place 1 palm over the heart, 1 on the belly. Inhale for a count of 4. Exhale for a count of 6. On the exhale, consciously relax the jaw and the eyes. After 2 minutes, extend the exhale to 8. This lengthening of exhalation recruits the parasympathetic system. Forgiveness cannot be learned in fight or flight. Then, with eyes open, practice placing a hand on the table with an open palm. Say the sentence. I release the claim that you must fix my past in order for me to have a future. If the hand curls into a fist, pause, breathe, and try again tomorrow. The body must agree. Otherwise, the mind will lie, and the lie will leak later as contempt. Offer a distant blessing. A blessing is not an endorsement. It is a refusal to keep a hook in your own flesh. May you be prevented from harming others. May you find clarity. May I be free of hatred. Say it once a day for a week, then let it go. If bile rises, return to boundary work. Forgiveness can never be forced. It is sometimes a late harvest, A ritual of closure. Choose an object associated with the wound, a key, a shirt, a gift. Wash it slowly in warm water while saying, "This will no longer govern my weather." Either return it, donate it, or repurpose it. A shirt becomes rags that clean a table where friends are fed. If there is no object, make one. Write the person's name on a stone, carry it in your pocket for 7 days, then place it by a road where many walk. The weight leaves your body and enters the world in a form that will not harm. Anonymous service, the cure for spiritual vanity. Some repairs require witnesses. Many require secrecy. The soul has a sweet tooth for being seen doing good. Anonymous service is the diet that keeps our work lean and strong. It trains us to love usefulness more than applause. It also ensures that the person helped is not made to carry our self-image as a second burden. Practices. The unmarked envelope. Once a month, put cash or a gift card in an envelope and slide it under the door of a neighbor who is carrying too much. Do not leave a note. Do not watch the door. The training effect is on the giver's pride. The effect on the receiver is the knowledge that the world can surprise them with care. The night sweep. Choose a block. Sweep the sidewalk before dawn once a week. Pick up trash without complaint. You will learn where people drop things. You will learn humility in the ankles and back. The neighborhood will breathe differently before coffee. The quiet bill. Pay a stranger's utility bill if you can, or a portion at the pharmacy. Ask the clerk how to do it without names revealed. If this is beyond your means, pay a bus fare. The exchange is with the world itself, not with a grateful face. Your nervous system will record the joy without the sugar high of recognition. The repair ledger. Make a private list of harms you have done that cannot be directly repaired without reopening wounds. For each, design a compensatory service that matches the form of the harm. Stole time? Give time to someone under deadline. Spoke contempt? Write 5 public notes naming goodness you genuinely see in others. Broke something? Spend an evening fixing something for someone else, and do not say why. Parables of return and ascent in ordinary rooms. The seamstress's thread. In a city loud with horns, a seamstress inherited her mother's machine and her mother's sigh. She could tailor a suit with her eyes closed, but she believed the world would not pay her what her labor was worth, because her mother's world had not. Each time a client hesitated at the price, the seamstress dropped the number before she was asked. Her shoulders learned to curve over the fabric, as if apologizing for being good. One winter, she read that gratitude widens the palm. She laughed at the thought and then, embarrassed by her own laughter, set a jar on the counter labeled sufficiency. Into it, she placed a button each time a customer paid without bargaining. The sound of the button against glass trained the room. Within a month, she stopped dropping her price preemptively. Within 2, she raised it to the honest number and kept her smile. The lineage of apology thinned. She lived in a different posture, though the city was the same. The fisherman's ledger. A fisherman had lied for years about his catch to keep a second boat. The lie felt like good management until it cost him a friend. Unable to repair the friendship without confessing publicly and shattering 3 families, he gave the boat away to a young woman apprenticing in the trade and paid her first month of fuel. He did not tell her why. He told the ledger, and the ledger felt like a sacrament. He began to sleep without needing to drink first. His wife noticed that he walked home more slowly, as if the dock itself had changed grade. The nurse's basin. A nurse had learned to armor against patients' panic by becoming brisk. She finished tasks efficiently and went home dry-eyed and proud of being strong. Then her father died and the armor rusted. She began to carry a small basin to certain rooms, unremarked in her shift notes. Into it she poured warm water and, without speech, washed a patient's hands for 60 seconds. No one objected. Many cried. The basin taught her to breathe under pressure, and the ward's sound changed in a week. She was still efficient. She was also more human. The story of the ward changed not by policy, but by a bowl. The carpenter's boundary. A carpenter could not forgive a brother who stole the family store. Every attempt at conversation became a courtroom. Every holiday, a siege. Advice failed, sermons failed, so he built a small fence. On one side, he planted rosemary. On the other, he placed a bench. He sat on the bench every morning for 5 minutes, breathing and saying, "This side is mine. I will make it beautiful." He fixed his own roof. He stopped making jokes at his brother's expense. He taught his son to plane wood. When the brother finally asked to borrow a tool, the carpenter met him at the fence. "You may use it here," he said, "with me." The work repaired what the words had failed to touch. The fence did not prevent reconciliation. It trained the men to meet without weaponizing memory. The clerk's blessing. A cashier could not bear the weight of strangers' anger. Every day, someone projected into her face a fury that belonged elsewhere. She began to practice a silent blessing to keep spite from breeding in her chest. Each time a customer's tone sharpened, she breathed and said internally, "May you eat well tonight. May your heart rest." The blessing made work bearable. It did not fix policy. It did not fix poverty. It prevented one more wound from propagating. The cart rolled quieter by an ounce, and sometimes that is the point. Ritual hygiene. How to keep the medicine clean. Consent. No ritual is performed at someone. Participation is invitation only. Specificity. "I'm sorry for everything" is a fog. Name the act, the effects, and the planned repair. Proportion. Do not use theatrics to compensate for lack of courage. A small, honest gesture beats a spectacle. Repetition. One-off rituals create a high and a crash. Prefer small weekly practices over annual pageants. Closure. Always end with grounding, water, breath, a short walk, or food. The nervous system needs a landing. Privacy. Learn to keep holy things unposted. Not everything wants a camera. The imaginal dies under fluorescence. Family altars and civic rooms. A family can adopt rites without becoming performative. An altar of names on a shelf that gathers photographs and small objects. Keys from a grandfather's ring, a ribbon from a child's braid, a stone from a beach where a promise was made, turns a house into a repository of belonging. Once a week, for 3 minutes, the family stand around it. Someone reads a name. Someone else says what gift that person gave the clan. Courage, humor, care for plants, patience with machines. Children learn that they are part of a story that did not begin with their birth and will not end with their death. Anxiety loses a little ground in such houses. Civic rooms can learn from this gentleness. A court can add a minute of silence before sentencing. A school can ring a bell to begin exams with one breath that lowers the fever of fear. A hospital can teach volunteers how to hold a hand without fidgeting. These are not sentimentalities. They are nervous system interventions that make justice and learning likely. Symbolic epigenetics. 3 switches you can flip. 1. The posture switch. Many inherit a stoop from sorrow. Practice the wall angel. Stand with back against a wall, feet a foot forward, head and wrists flat, and slowly raise arms as if making a snow angel for 60 seconds. Repeat daily for a month. Pair with the sentence, "I'm allowed to take up vertical space." The body teaches the mind that submission is not the only safe posture. 2. The table switch. If meals were hurried or hostile, design a 10-minute quiet course. Each evening where no screens or debates are allowed. Just chewing and noticing flavor. The vagus nerve learns again that food and safety go together. Children who eat in peace grow less afraid of rooms. 3. The name switch. If a given name carries fear, add a middle name in ritual. Call yourself by both when alone. Over time, allow trusted friends to use the second until the old name loosens its grip. Names carry weather. You are allowed to move to a different climate. On resentment and its counterfeit power. Resentment feels like strength because it keeps the hand clenched. But the clenched hand cannot hold tools. A practice for unlearning resentment. Write a list titled "What I Choose Not to Know About Them." Include the losses, pressures, and humiliations you do not have access to. Do not use the list to excuse harm. Use it to puncture omniscience. Then, choose an act of anonymous service for someone unrelated to the harm. Resentment starves when we feed the world where it cannot watch us eat. Grief as apprenticeship. Grief does not disappear with rituals. It changes assignments. In the first weeks, it teaches you to breathe. In the first months, it teaches you to simplify. In the first year, it teaches you to return to the garden you did not plant. After years, it teaches you to carry the missing as a weight that has become muscle. A ritual to mark these promotions. At the end of each season, write on a card what grief taught you. Place the card in a bowl. On the anniversary, read the stack aloud to yourself. You will hear growth that could not be seen from inside any single day. A story of a city repaired by kitchen rituals. There was a neighborhood famous for sirens. In the summer, tempers ran. In winter, hunger thinned faces into skulls. A woman with a pot. Every city has one. Started to practice on Thursdays. Soup at dusk, story at dark. Nobody spoke while eating. After bowls were stacked, one person told a story of repair that had occurred that week. A returned wallet, a fixed hinge, a call made. No boasting, no applause. The room learned to endure quiet and to hear usefulness named without drama. Within a year, altercations at the corner store fell by half. The store owner began to keep milk for children behind counter. The police captain stopped by and drank quietly and left a check unannounced. The neighborhood's epigenetics shifted by ladle and by sentence. When faith runs thin, some days you will not believe in continuity. No matter, the practices do not require belief. The breath works on unbelievers. The bowl receives soup for skeptics. The ledger balances whether or not we can see its columns. On other days, you will believe so fiercely that you will want to proselytize. Restrain yourself. Let usefulness be your sermon. If the morontia city exists, it approves of kitchens. How to begin where you are. Choose one memory writing practice and one embodied practice. Do each for 7 days. Do not evaluate until day 8. Add one anonymous service per month. Put it on the calendar. Do not tell anyone. If you tell, start over. Curate your images. Remove one source of contempt from your media diet. Add one source of courage. Set a weekly table ritual, a candle, a name, a single gratitude that is not a performance. Keep a repair ledger. Make pain a pleasure. When harm is fresh. Rituals do not replace police reports or restraining orders. Justice without bones is sentimentality. The latter for fresh harm. Safety, reporting, medical care, community support, breath, then ritual. The order matters. If any advisor insults this order, find another. The imaginal world is a poor substitute for locks. The elders at the threshold. In imaginal nights, the elders who love us stand near stairs we cannot yet climb and teach us how to walk well here. They nod at boundary work and shake their heads at martyrdom. They appear as a grandmother who never learned to read, as a professor with a laugh like a bell, as a stranger holding a coat in a storm. Whether they are memories or more than memories, they ask the same thing. That we feed someone and reduce humiliation where we can. That we clean the tools and leave them where the next set of hand can find them. Why we keep telling stories. Stories do not put the world in order. They put us in order to meet the world. They remind us that hero and villain are roles people slide into under pressure, that the line between them runs through every kitchen. They train our reflex to repair rather than to dramatize. They destroy the alibi that nothing can be done by presenting 1,000 small somethings that add up to a changed neighborhood. They make us willing to be boring for goodness sake, because most of the good that lasts is made of actions no one will clap for. If, as we have said, continuity is levels of being rather than a photocopy of matter, these stories and rituals are the gym in which we build the muscles proportionate to the next level. Gratitude strong enough to hold abundance without fusillade. Boundaries strong enough to hold tenderness without collapse. Courage strong enough to speak truth without the permission of adrenaline. These muscles will not appear at the last second as a prize. They grow now, by repetition, by bowls and letters and fences and brooms. And so we return to the kitchen after philosophy. The water boils. The light hits a clean plate as if it remembers. Someone arrives at the door we did not lock because the neighborhood has learned each other's names. A child asks what the jar of buttons is for and receives a story instead of an instruction. The buttons chime like small bells. The room is not heaven. The room is workable. Workable is the first step toward heaven. If the soul continues, how do we live as soul now? Chapter 15, Practice Living as Soul Now. If continuity is true, practice is how we live as soul now. Even if continuity were not true, practice would still be how we become people who make rooms gentler. Belief can kindle the lamp. Only habits keep it burning when the weather turns. The practices that follow are not grand. They fit into kitchens and buses and hospital corridors. They change the body's weather first, then the minds, then the neighborhoods. Presence, examen, vocation and service, contemplative study, embodied gratitude, 5 strands braided into one rope strong enough to lower us into deep wells and pull us out again. Each strand is both micro and cosmic, a breath that lasts 6 seconds and a worldview that stretches across worlds. We will speak in the intimate scale because intimacy is how cosmos becomes bread. We begin where every journey begins that hopes to continue, with breath and a quiet address to the source we do not need to name to be received. Presence is not a mood. It is a posture the body can learn. Sit or stand as if someone you love could lean on you without toppling you. Place one palm on the chest and one on the abdomen. Inhale through the nose for 4 counts. Exhale through the mouth for 6. If grief is near or urgency loud, lengthen the exhale to 8. The body reads the longer out-breath as permission to disarm. After a minute, close the mouth and breathe quietly through the nose. Continue for 2 minutes more. Let the tongue rest wide. Unclench the eyes. This is not technique as much as hospitality. You are preparing a room for a guest, your own attention. Mix breath with a sentence too small to argue with. Here I am, or be in me as I am in you, or light in and out. Say it mentally on the inhale. Let it dissolve on the exhale like a pinch of salt in water. If words are hard, use the smallest prayer the body knows. Gently touch thumb to finger with each breath, as if you were counting days on a string of beads you cannot drop. 2 minutes done steadily each morning will realign the inside of an hour. 10 breaths before a hard conversation will prevent a week of repair. When distraction comes, and it will, do not fight. Smile at the thought the way you would smile at a toddler running through the room. Pick up the breath as you would pick up a spoon. Presence is not a trance. It is a willingness to return until the return becomes a reflex. The goal is not silence. It is availability to what is real. Some prefer stillness to be spoken inwardly as prayer. Sit. Set a timer for 10 minutes. and address the one who is never out of office. Keep the address simple. You know, or guide me, or make me useful. Then sit. If images arrive, note them gently and release them like boats down a river. If tears arrive, let them. If nothing arrives but quiet, receive quiet as medicine. End with a single sentence aloud. Amen, which means, let it be so, the body's way of reminding the mind that consent is a muscle. Presence without reflection can become pleasant but aimless. Reflection without presence can become harsh. The loving examen ties the two. Each evening, on a bus, in a chair, on a step, take 5 minutes to review the day as if you were listening to a friend you respect. First, gratitude. Recall 3 mercies with the specificity of a photographer. Steam curling from a cup, the way a child's sock wrinkled at the heel, the sentence a stranger spoke that steadied you. Speak thank you aloud or inwardly after each image. The nervous system learns from tone and texture. Vague gratitude does not feed it. Second, ask for light, not fireworks, a lamp. Show me where I was alive. Show me where I withdrew. Then replay the day in brief scenes. Where did breath deepen? Where did it vanish? Where did you speak truth? What did you perform? Do not prosecute. Attend. Third, own the miss without humiliation. I spoke sharply to the clerk. Say why if you can. I was afraid of being seen as weak. Hold the truth without flinch for 3 breaths. No speeches, no self-slander, just honesty, which is sturdier than penance. Fourth, ask for help. Next time, slow my tongue. Or, give me the thought 1 second earlier. Imagine the help arriving in a shape you can love, a hand on your shoulder, a bell in the chest, a memory of a better sentence. Fifth, choose 1 micro-repair. Text an apology. Set an alarm to bring a note to the clerk tomorrow. Put a coin in the repair jar to remind you there is a debt to pay in service. Then sleep under the banner of a short blessing. Keep watch, O light, while those I love sleep. Let those who labor rest. Let those who weep be comforted. And let me wake wanting to be useful. Vocation sounds like a cathedral word until you hear it in a kitchen. It means the work you do that leaves the room more breathable. Some of us build bridges. Some of us build sentences. Some of us build quiet around a child. The acorn you carry, Hillman's daimon stirring at the center, wants form. Presence and examen teach you to hear it without ego. Then it asks to be practiced. Begin the day with the question, what is the next honest thing my hands can do? Ask it before email, before news. If the answer is wash the cup, wash it as if you were returning a borrowed object to a neighbor. If the answer is write paragraph 3, write it without checking for applause. If the answer is send the resume, send it with a prayer for the person who will read it. Vocation grows by the accumulation of such plain obediences. No spotlight is required. The daimon hates stage lights. They make it squint. Set aside 1 hour each week as the usefulness hour. In it, do work that benefits someone who cannot return the favor. Fix something. Write instructions for someone who will sit in your chair one day. Teach a neighbor to use a tool you love. Stock a shelf at a community pantry. Carry supplies to a nurse's station. Keep a small ledger. Do not publish it. The ledger is there to keep pride from telling you you've done nothing and to protect you from the despair that comes when usefulness is invisible. If you supervise others, practice transparency as a daily offering. Begin meetings with the question, what do you need from me to do the work? End with, what can we learn from today that will make someone else's tomorrow easier? In between, tell the truth about what you do not know. The soul expands in rooms where leaders stop pretending to be gods and start behaving like guardians of craft. Contemplative study is the discipline that keeps conviction from hardening into certainty. It trains the mind to kneel before reality and the heart to rise without being brittle. Choose a text that feeds truth, beauty, and goodness without flattery. Scripture, poetry, a page of Urantia, a psalm of the world written by a scientist who can still marvel. 20 minutes, not to extract quotes, but to be addressed. Read slowly. When a sentence glows, stop. Copy it by hand into a notebook. Below it, write, what does this sentence ask of my posture? Not, what do I think about it? But, how would I carry my shoulders if this sentence governed an hour? Then, before closing the book, choose a practice to match the sentence. If the line was about mercy, design one small mercy before lunch. If the line was about truth, promise to tell one truth without preamble before dinner. Reading ripens when it passes in a muscle. If you study with friends, adopt a rule of triads. 3 people meet for 30 minutes. Each brings one line encountered that week. The group asks the same 2 questions of each line. What does this ask a posture? And what is one act that would match it? No debate, no domination, no corrections. People change in rooms where they are not shamed for learning slowly. Embodied gratitude is medicine against the spiritual anemia of complaint. It is not denial of harm. It is the cultivation of a strength that can face harm without collapsing. Train the body to notice and to give thanks in ways that will still be possible in a hospital or a prison. In the morning, before screens, drink a glass of water with attention. Feel the coolness move. Say, thank you, hands that broad. If faith words fit, add them. If they do not, keep the thanks simple. Then, set one object in order, shoes side by side, a knife wiped and placed where it belongs. Order is gratitude given visible shape. At meals, practice the first bite. Pause with the fork lifted. Inhale the scent. Taste without hurrying the first mouthful. The vagus nerve nods when it is treated with such courtesy. Children learn citizenship at the table long before they learn it in a book. A house that eats in gratitude becomes less susceptible to despair. It has trained the tongue in a different grammar. In the evening, take a thank you walk. 5 minutes around the block or down the hall, naming 5 things aloud. They need not be grand. The light on that window. The woman who laughed at the bus stop. The dog that did not bark. If you cannot walk, sit by a window and point with your eyes. The body needs motion to anchor gratitude. The day closes with a stronger spine. All of these strands weave into a simple fabric when married to micro-habits and worldview. The worldview says, reality is trustworthy. Love is the grammar. Growth is possible. Freedom is dignified. Help is real. The micro-habits say, drink water with attention, breathe before speaking, review without humiliation, repair before sleep, keep the hands busy in work that increases oxygen in a room. Alone, either is fragile. Together, they're surprisingly durable. Design an environment that conspires for your good. Put the book with your notebook and pen where your morning chair makes it inevitable. Place a small bowl near the door with coins for alms or bus fares. So generosity does not depend on finding your wallet. Tape your breath sentence to the inside of a cupboard where your hand will see it when you reach for a cup. Lay out your shoes for the thank you walk. Make a small altar for names so that remembrance has a place to land. A rule of life is not a prison. It is a trellis for a plant that grows even when the gardener is tired. A day in the school of soul can be simple. Wake. Sit for 2 minutes of breath with a sentence. Drink water with attention. Read a short passage and choose one matching act. Mid-morning. Before a hard task, 3 breaths and 1 question. What is the next honest thing my hands can do? Noon. First bite gratitude. Send 1 message of encouragement without commentary. If you cannot eat in quiet, Find 1 minute to let the eyes rest on a view that does not sell you anything. Afternoon. Usefulness microact. Carry, fix, return, teach. If anger arrives, name its color and take an intermission before replying. Evening. Thank you walk. 5-step loving examine. Choose one micro repair. Amen. This is not a law. It is a sketch the day can try on and tailor. When illness or chaos tears the schedule, keep one stitch, the breath, the glass of water, the single gratitude, the single repair. One stitch keeps the cloth from unraveling. Tomorrow you can add a second. Because practice is communal, gather if you can. 2 or 3 in a kitchen can do more than 100 in a theater if the kitchen is honest. Agree on short vows for a season. No humiliation in this room. 1 repair named each week. 1 hour of anonymous service each month. 1 story of usefulness at every meeting. If creed must be spoken, let it be this: we will make oxygen. Everything else is commentary. Resistance will speak, often in the tone of sophistication. It will call these practices sentimental, naive, unscalable. Let talk. Do the work in front of you. The world changes at the speed of kitchens. Great movements are annexes to small obediences. When you fail, and you will, practice the most powerful ritual of all. Begin again without drama. The exam you failed becomes tomorrow's study plan. The apology you delayed becomes tonight's text. The breath you forgot becomes the next breath. The rope is strong because it is braided. If one strand frays, the others hold while you splice. When suffering is thick, these practices do not solve it. They prevent it from defining you. They keep you accessible to help in skin and out of it. They fit into rooms we have described beyond thresholds. In morontia neighborhoods, breath is attention to truth. Examine is review without humiliation. Vocation is usefulness refined in public. Study is motto learned by practice. Gratitude is the atmosphere of every street. We do not wait to qualify. We apprentice now. If you ask, how will I know it's working? The answer is shy. You will notice that your voice carries less of the grit of contempt. You will notice that patience arrives 1 minute earlier. You will find that sleep releases you sooner. You will see that strangers ease in your presence as if a chair had been brought into a crowded room. You will catch yourself being kind without giving yourself a grade. You will become easier to live with. And your worldview will stop being a theory. It will become a tone. You will find that you trust reality more than you fear it. Not because you got what you wanted, but because you learned how to want what makes others breathe. You will notice that your craft is cleaner. Your tools are where you left them. Your ledger is less ashamed. Your table is better set. You will know the day has been honorable not because it was impressive, but because it was useful and left no one humiliated. Practice is how we carry proof to ourselves that love is not mood, but muscle. Keep the rope near. Use it when you descend and when you rise. Add knots for the hands of those who travel with you. Teach the young to tie it. Thank the elders who wove it before your fingers could be trusted near fiber. Do not worry about the length, it will be enough. The road does not end, it changes altitude. Epilogue, the spiral and the river. We have walked along a river and we have climbed a spiral. They were never enemies. The river gave us motion and mercy, water that remembers only forward, washing the dust from feet that would otherwise harden into stone. The spiral gave us form and altitude, turns that return without repeating, vistas that widen because we rose. Together they taught a single lesson in 2 grammars. Love moves and love lifts. Whether we speak of return through earthly rooms or ascent through morontia streets, we are speaking of the same patience learning to carry more light without arrogance and more sorrow without despair. If we must give the mystery a picture that can live in a kitchen, let it be this: The soul is a traveler with a lantern. Each day, each threshold, each world, if worlds there be, offers wind and stares. The lantern's flame is not our invention. It is entrusted. Our task is to guard it from pride's draft and fear's fingers, and to use its light not as a spotlight on self, but as a lamp for the next person's step. The river teaches us to keep moving when we would curl around old injuries. The spiral teaches us to keep learning when we would freeze in what we already know. Between them, a path appears that is not straight and not lost. Across chapters we have let many voices tune our hearing. Urantia's steady pedagogy, the Vedas and Sutras maps of returns, Plato's moral sky, Luria's lamps, Swedenborg's neighborhoods of usefulness, Brazil's kitchens of charity, Jung's and Hillman's language of image and calling, Corbin's Barzak where meaning takes form, clinicians counting cases, physicians measuring near death and near light, parents grieving with rites that do not humiliate. None of these asked us to form a club around them. All of them asked us to become more reliable in the presence of what is real. When ideas disagree, keep the fruit. When maps differ, walk in the direction that makes you kinder and more exact. A synthesis that is not dogma sounds like this. Whether existence unfolds as many terrestrial lives or as one life flowing across many stations, the curriculum is love disciplined into truth and truth softened into mercy. The mechanisms differ. The pedagogy converges. Choice matters. Character accumulates. Nothing learned in love is wasted. Help is real. Humiliation is never a tool of heaven. Growth is the governance. Freedom is the honor. The goal is a human being who can be trusted with power because they have learned to prefer usefulness to display. For our purposes, we can carry one motto that compresses the whole book into a sentence you can write on the inside of your hand. More love equals more truth. Not love as indulgence. Love as the refusal to lie, the courage to repair, the tenderness that keeps boundaries from becoming weapons. More love is not a mood. It is a practice, designing rooms where people can learn without being shamed, designing sentences that tell the whole story without setting anyone on fire. More truth is not a cudgel. It is a clarity that becomes available only when the nervous system is safe enough to stop bracing. Like two lungs, each breathes the other. You can test the motto. In a kitchen where a family has learned to trade sarcasm for precision, the air clears and children risk telling on themselves earlier. Truth rises with love. In a hospital that trains its staff to speak to tired mothers without contempt, dosage errors fall. Truth rides inside kindness. In a court that pairs restitution with training, recidivism drops. Truth appears as responsibility accepted under conditions that do not crush. Where love is real, reality becomes easier to measure. Where love is counterfeit, truth becomes performance. Active hope is the posture that carries this equality into hours that are not poetic. It is not a bet that we will get what we want. It is a vow to keep behaving as if meaning can be made, as if help can arrive, as if design can be improved, as if neighbors are worth the trouble, so that if the world is made the way saints and scientists both suspect, the good can find us moving. Active hope asks little rituals of us because it knows the soul learns by repetition. One breath before speech, one apology made while it still matters, one repair designed so the harmed are protected and the harmer can learn a trait of goodness. We have spoken of thought adjusters and daimons, of guardians and guides. The names are less important than the friendship they describe. There is a presence that invites, and it speaks fluent image. It puts a staircase in a dream when you need to ascend without display. It sets a basin in a nurse's hands and lets water do theology. It slides a book in front of a carpenter and writes usefulness in the grain. It does not need us to be brilliant. It needs us to be available. If there are mansion worlds, their admissions committee will look exactly like the posture of our afternoons. The spiral and the river let us reread time. We're not late. We are in class. We are not trapped. We are accompanied. We are not being tested by a trickster God. We're being trained by a teacher who refuses to humiliate. The examination is daily and small. Will you return this key? Will you stop explaining and start repairing? Will you wash the plate you did not soil and thereby make a small prophecy about a city where such courtesies are the custom? The answers do not accumulate into credit the way coins pile up. They accumulate into character the way muscles learn a song. If the river language comforts you, if you feel in your bones that threads from before are being woven, let it sweeten you without making you slow. Do not postpone repair to a later chapter. Prove that you would use another life well by using this one well. If the spiral language steadies you, if you taste in Urantia's map the promise of cumulative learning, let it strengthen you without making you proud. You do not climb to escape the kitchen. You climb so that the kitchen can be run by a calmer heart. In both cases, let the measure be the oxygen you increase where you stand. To those who feared that this book would end in abstraction, here is the ledger we take home. Practice presence for 2 minutes each morning, because a body that breathes can tell the truth. Keep a loving examen for 5 minutes each night, because a mind that reviews without humiliation learns how to apologize. Do one quiet, useful act each day for someone who cannot repay you, because usefulness turns doctrine into bread. Study something that humbles and gladdens you, because thought without wonder becomes rigid. Make gratitude visible, because thanksgiving teaches time to slow. These are not techniques for saints. They're the minimum viable routine of a world that wants to grow up. We promised non-dogma. Here is the clearest version I can give you. If reincarnation is true, this practice makes you a better traveler. If it is not, this practice makes you a better neighbor. If morontia ascent is true, this practice fits you for the neighborhoods ahead. If it is not, this practice builds neighborhoods here that feel like the ones worth hoping for. If angels keep watch, they prefer rooms where humiliation is absent and usefulness is thick. If no angels keep watch, those rooms are still where children sleep best. Active hope is contagious because it is specific. It says, design your sentences so that the weakest person in the room can understand them without being shamed. Design your homes so that a stray can find water. Design your schedules so that repair has a slot and praise has a place. Design your justice so that the harmed are sheltered and the harmers are constrained and taught. Design your study so that you are addressed, not entertained. Design your worship so that it sends you to the poorest with a lunch and returns you with names that can be prayed without euphemism. Along the way, let yourself be surprised by mercy. We began chapters ago with science that listens to strange children, with nurses who record the last sentences of the dying, with judges who let repair count, with shopkeepers who give back coins in quiet, with grandmothers who turn living rooms into schools of steadfastness. These were not spectacles. They were trainings in reality. Love did not make them soft on truth. Love made truth bearable enough to be heard, and therefore strong enough to transform. It is tempting at the end of a long pilgrimage to summarize, to reduce, to gild. Better to bless. Bless those who brought you this far, the teachers you can name, and the ones who kept their names out of the light. Bless the cities that taught you by failing you. Bless the rooms where you were humiliated and where you learned to refuse humiliation as a tool. Bless the nights when you remembered a face you had no right to remember and blessed it back. Bless the bodies that held you to the earth when you would have fled into theory. Bless the children, born, unborn, lost, found, whose existence forces adults to grow. A word to those who are afraid they have wasted too much time. Time is less linear than shame tells you. Begin again. The road does not end. It changes altitude. The same corner to which you return has a different view when you have learned a different step. Ask one honest question today. Give one honest answer tomorrow. Design one honest repair by Friday. The spiral will reveal the height you did not notice accumulating while you were busy learning to be kind. A word to those impatient for visions. The imaginal does not like to be chased. It likes to be welcomed. Keep a chair near the door of sleep. Keep a pen in the kitchen. Keep silence with friends once a week without turning it into a product. Let symbols speak in proportion to their usefulness. If a dream asks you to call your sister, call. If a sentence in a book asks you to put down the weapon of sarcasm for a month, put it down. Reality, once trusted, will cross the lawn to meet you. A word to those who doubt everything we have said and stayed anyway. Thank you. Distrust can be a form of reverence when it refuses to let the heart be fooled. Take what works, breath, repair, usefulness, and throw the rest into the sea. If the sea returns anything to you, it wanted you for a student after all. We will part with a parable one more time. There was a town that believed itself unlucky. The river flooded in spring. The factory closed. The old bridge trembled. One winter, a group began to meet in a back room of the library. They lit one candle and read 2 lines. More love equals more truth. Then they walked out with small vows. One apology, one boundary spoken without contempt, one elderly neighbor's steps cleared, one letter of thanks, one replacement of cruelty with craft. Within a season, the town did not call itself unlucky. The river still rose, but the furniture was stacked on time. The bridge still trembled, but the engineer had neighbors who brought coffee and asked for nothing. The factory did not reopen, but a workshop did, and then another, and then a school learned to teach quiet and skill. The candle kept burning because it kept being taken elsewhere. This is how spirals and rivers work in human hands. The return is not to the same room, because we bring different hands. The ascent is not a ladder to escape neighbors, because we carry them up with us by the way we treat them today. The golden age is not behind us. It is the habit of mercy we practice until the air of our house becomes breathable for anyone who walks in. There will be readers who wanted a stronger claim. There will be readers who wanted fewer claims. This book can offer only the pledge that its claims were shaped by the desire to be useful in rooms where suffering does not listen to rhetoric. We have preferred the sentence that changes a Tuesday to the paragraph that wins an argument. We have trusted that love, properly practiced, will pull more truth into the room, and that truth, properly practiced, will pull more love. If the world is indeed layered with classrooms after this one, they will be staffed by teachers who delight in such reciprocity. So take the rope. Weave another knot for the one who comes after. Leave the basin rinsed. Write the apology. Return the tool to its hook. Tuck the sentence in your pocket. Keep the altar small and the table set. Think well of the dead without forgetting the living. Do not let your theories make you late for soup. Do not let your sorrows make you cruel. Do not let your gifts make you careless. One last thing. When you are tempted to speak as if you have arrived, say instead, I am learning. When you are tempted to collapse, say, I am accompanied. When you are tempted to despair, ask, what is the next honest thing my hands can do? Then do it. The spiral will turn. The river will move. You will recognize the light on the water. More love equals more truth.